Yeah. Let's go fishing, you guys. Let's go catch a bunch of salmon. Bunch of salmon. Yeah. We work for a salmon factory now. We're gonna process salmons as if it were our job. Unless it's night. Then we're gonna have to go to a different server. Hey! What's up, Darce? You are first. That's amazing. Oh, good. We just want to fish. We just want to catch the fish. I'm sitting there firing away Gamble all into my fucking chat bar over here, but I hadn't actually clicked on it yet, so I was just firing away probably commands into my computer. You know. See you guys doing any better? Hold on, I gotta get stoneder. I'm feeling a little bit better from this cold that I have. I also feel like crap though. It's weird. Oh, good. I can barely do it. It hurts. It's kind of hurts to partake as well. It sucks. Like, it was all in my sinuses for the first, like, week, I guess. And now it feels like it's more in my lungs, and I don't like it. I think Jeebus got into a soccer fight. He may have. He may have been arrested. He said he was planning on possibly getting arrested. So there is that. We may be missing a Jeebus for a while. Oh yeah, need to crank up the tension here. Crank up the drag. Oh, this is just a bronze. He looked big though. He might be a big bronze, like a 15. It'd be like an 18 pounder. Get on up here, buddy. Oh yeah, wanna fight about it? Okay. Need another cookie? Yeah, probably. He was 17 pounds. So far we've gotten golds out here. No diamonds. No diamond Atlantic salmons have been caught yet. Yeah, I feel like not good. I was feeling great right at the start of the stream here. I don't know, I'm all right. I feel all right, but I don't at the same time. It's hard to explain. I don't like being sick. I've been sick for a while now. It's not fun. I feel like I've been sick long enough here. sick long enough this time. So right now we're using a size 1 spoon. Try to get a bunch of little salmons. But I've got a 2/0 as well, which is the biggest spoon I have. And I'll switch to that after a little bit. Try to get the big guys. Nothing on this cast. It's terrible. Yeah. See you, fellow. Get it. Another bronze, probably. Silver. Go to the 2. Two odd at speed 2. Sometimes I bump RB just for a second. Give it that little nudge. Oh shit, there we go. Fish on. Gonna be another silver, feels like. 2/0, you only get silvers and above, so he's not really fighting. I think I could potentially get like a diamond brown trout or something as well. Jeebus is not in jail, and he didn't get punched. Nice. You know, I would hope that they could just have a good, like, soccer game or whatever to go to. And it wouldn't have to be a medieval brawl of some kind, you know? Like, can't you guys just watch the fucking game? They're like, we are. That's why we're getting all riled up. That's probably exactly what it is, too. They go there probably thinking the same shit. Like, yeah, we'll be calm. It'll be cool. Then the game gets all intense, you know, and you... a whole different person comes out. When you get competitive and or when you're rooting for your team. This might be a bit larger. I still think it's going to be a silver, though. He's not pulling line, at least. He's not wanting to come in either. He posted a pic of fun. Oh, good. He almost became a Turkish delight. I don't know what that means. That could be good or that could be bad. Oh my god, I almost had him. Come on, little feller. Get up here. Oh. No. No. Get up here. No. This fucking fish. He's a tough one. Jesus Murphy. Come on, dude. Just give up. £30. Must have completed a daily there. I was like, what the hell just happened? I need 10 IDs for a daily. Still need 2 Atlantic or 2 Diamond Atlantics for that weekly though. That's gonna be a tough one. I don't think I've even seen anyone get a diamond. Like you watch the fish feed, it's always bronze and silvers. It seems to be the XP and money method, you know. You want to go for the salmon that are somewhat easy to catch. You don't get as much for them, but you can get like faster XP if you keep catching them. Keep catching them really fast. No fish. Oh, there's one. He's running. Maybe a small silver. Get in the boat. Get up here, fish. It's so annoying, man. He wasn't even that big, but he was fighting like hell. There's one. Wait till we get a big gold or a diamond, dude. It's gonna be fun. I caught one yesterday that he was only 40 pounds. He was a gold. And he was taking my line tension just almost, dude. It was so close to full. It was crazy. What's up, Scottman? You came in and my guy was real happy. Just caught a fish, probably. Yeah. I'm doing pretty good, man. Hopefully you're doing good. It's Friday. We're fishing. Oh, got him. 2304. Oh, I think I got all that XP a minute ago because I mastered the rod that I'm using. That's pretty cool. Nice, dude. I think tomorrow I'm going to wake up and go do some yard sailing. I seen one set up down the street here while Callie and I were out getting some lunch. And I was like, dang, man. And it's probably going to be like one of the last weekends that people will do it around here because it's getting colder. So I kind of want to go check it out. I might do it like vlog style and just kind of record. I don't want to really record like walking around people's yards and looking at all their stuff, but you know, I'll probably just record like at the car and what I get from each place. Maybe show you, you know, well, I don't know. Maybe I should kind of show you the yard sale from the street. Yeah, Lewis, that's the main goal. Well, that and maybe a snowblower. Man, I would love to get my hands on a good snowblower right now. Just shoveling snow sucks. It's not fun. And snowblowers new are not cheap. So if I can find one at a yard sale, it'll probably be, you know, a bit cheaper than new. It's tricky though. You could find one really cheap that has a hard time running, and you don't want that. You gotta find one that's just right. Come on, fish. I've thought about that, Lewis. I think fuel economic wise, the snowblower might be better. But the flamethrower would be funner. Might be a little dangerous. Yeah, Scottman, I'm thinking about doing something like that. Start some sort of little business or something. Or maybe, I don't know, I might try to volunteer somewhere. I really need to go and, like, talk to the guys at the VFW and start working my way into that, because, you know, I probably need to get... There's, like, a funeral detail. Not that I'm wanting to go to a bunch of funerals, but, you know, somebody's got to freaking do it. And a lot of the guys that are doing it are too old to be doing it. They need relieved. And it's pretty much my turn. So I need to get on doing some of that shit. What type of things would you try to sell? Maybe food, man. Callie and I can both cook really well. I don't know. I feel like we've kicked around a couple different ideas for different things. Cooking different things. Maybe pizza, you know, something. I wouldn't mind, like I said, I wouldn't mind owning like a food truck. It'd be kind of cool. Just be able to make what you want and go where you want with it. Yeah, it'll be called Tacos, 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 Tacos. And you have to say all 5 every time. Burgers has been good to me, they'll be good to you. Mustard Tiger Burgers. Yeah. The number 1 on the menu will be the Phil Collins special. It's 4 dirty burgers. It's all just 4 burgers. You don't get anything with it. We're gonna have wings tonight. Oh yeah. I never said doubles, Randy. Fish on, what's coming? He's chasing us. Run, little lure. No, you've been bitten. Oh. Oh, that's a strong pull. He's still not that strong, but he could be gold. He's probably a big silver, like a 35 pounder, but easy feller. I get that famous. We should make a food challenge. I feel like the food challenge is how you get famous. You gotta make the food challenge. And then that'll bring in, you know, the big competitive eaters. And that's how you get your name out there. Everybody should do that. Get over here, Salmon. You are going nowhere. Yeah. Ooh, I called that. Well, I thought he could be a silver, but I guess the break point is 35 pounds probably. For them to be gold. Get back in the water. Some wings with some ranch. Yeah. Yeah. I like the wings that are like, your forearm or whatever. I don't know. They're like the two bones. You can just kind of pinch them and like push all the meat down to one end and just let that kind of flop into your ranch or blue cheese if you are so lucky. And then you fucking just get it all in one bite. Yeah, 35 pounds. That's a lot of salmon. It cost me like $400 around here. Where you at, salmons? Nothing. I'm gonna cast straight back out there. I have a feeling there's something out there. Last time you went to Hooters, it was a disappointment. The tits were big, but the wings were tiny. It used to be the other way around. Well, no. It used to be both. What the hell? I was disappointed the first time I went to Hooters because I thought they were all just naturally tan. Yeah, it was. They were trying to shut us down. Too much Hooters talk. Who was on my end? Yeah. There's no fucking fish in here. He's like, fish. 30 pounds. I've got 55-pound braided line on. With the 2-aught spoon. It's like a 25-pounder. Maybe. $25.6. Yeah. Is it squad spaghetti? Or squid? It might be squid spaghetti. That'd be different. But hello, man. How's it going? We're fishing. Oh, there's one. does not want to give up. Oh, you little bastard. Get up here. It was a tough one. What time is it? I might do this Ides daily. You get 10 Ides. They're kind of a night thing. Night fish. Mustache is itchy. Where's the damn lake? Really? That's fucking nuts. So yeah, so you guys will probably all leave, but for the last couple days, Callie and I have been watching this live stream on YouTube. It's called Kensington Avenue in Philadelphia, and it's pretty fucking awful. It's hard not to watch, but you know, it's these people that are all hooked on this new street drug called Trank, which is a mixture of fentanyl and xylazine, I think. It's some sort of animal tranquilizer. And so these people use the drug, and it rocks their world so hard that they are standing there on the sidewalk completely bent over with their hands on the ground almost. Some of them will fall over and hit their faces on the ground. And then it causes, I guess it excretes from all your different pores, so it causes your skin to fall off. And these people are just standing there in a trance, basically, with their skin rotting off, and so they're calling it the zombie drug. And then another thing that it does is it causes, like, I think some sort of neuropathy in the feet, so these people are losing their feet, and so you're seeing all these people in wheelchairs doubled over like that, like just folded over looking like they're dead on this crazy stretch of road there in Philadelphia. And that's just, you know, one little glimpse of our reality right now. It's pretty fucking sad. Like last night we're watching it, and what you're looking at is a camera that just slowly pans from one side of this big, it's like the front door of a train station, so it just pans back and forth across that kind of slow. And when it gets down to the right hand side, there's like this little fenced in nasty area with a bunch of trash. And last night when we were watching it, there was like 2 trash bags sitting outside that fenced area, and there was 3 rats running around it, and one of them was seriously, like, you know, a big one. The other 2 were huge as well. I mean, they're a freaking big rat, but this other one was like a cat. It was pretty fucked up. They've given 2 Narcans. That's crazy. What's really crazy to me is how they're dealing with it. You know, like the way to help these people apparently is to just make sure they got clean needles so they can keep doing it. I just feel like it wouldn't be that hard to figure out who's supplying this stuff to these people. That's literally what it's going to come to, you guys. There's going to have to be some Batmans in this world. No one else is doing it. Last night we're watching the thing and this cop pulls up and he's sitting there in his car for like an hour while these people are all just dying. Because that's what's really happening with them. As we see today, apparently. It's kind of interesting how the people who want there to be no police are the quickest ones to say that there should not be any form of vigilante justice. Like, they think that's just not going to happen. In a world with no cops, everybody's just going to take a bunch of crap. That's cute. It's kind of to the point where I encourage the cops to go ahead and just quit. You know, you guys have done a good job. You tried, but we're going to go ahead and need you to go ahead and just step aside. There's no one there? Or are you just saying no cops or EMTs in the future? I could see it, dude. Like ambulance crews are getting attacked, going on calls and shit. Or I've been seeing a lot of videos lately of people just completely, like, not trying to yield for emergency vehicles, you know, and then you get ambulances and these fire trucks and crap just getting into these crazy wrecks because people are just assholes these days. They're like, I don't have to get out of the way. I literally, right before I went live, I watched this video of these two idiots that they were trying to merge into this lane from a merge lane, and the guy who was driving right next to them was going, basically, and he's got the right of way, so they tried to cut him off, and they ended up, you know, smashing into the front of his car as they come over, and then they sped up and got in front of him and slammed on their brakes, and you know, he ended up rear-ending them. So then you know, the cops got called, and these two idiots ended up going to fucking jail. Need a Punisher to go guns a-blazing on those damn drug dealers. Yeah, dude. What's really sad last night was there was this really beautiful white dog down there. It was like this all-white Akita. And you could tell it had just gotten lost. Like, it must have, you know, its owner must have just fucking lost it somehow. And it just somehow ended up on this fucked up street. And it was like it wanted to be with people. So it kept going over by people and then laying down and trying to go to sleep. And then these people are all, you know, so messed up. They're just wandering around. So it was just sad, dude. The dog, I think it just looked thirsty. It looked lost. And then it just disappeared. There's no eyes biting. They don't want dough, apparently. Alright. Maybe they want cheese. Usually that's what they'll eat. They want some cheese on their sandwich. so good. Well, have a good one, Frosty. Oh, that's a good-sized eye. He's like sticking up out of the water and shit. Looks like a fucking Zeppelin going for my lure. I know, Lewis, that's probably gonna happen. It was a silver? Jesus. Thing looked huge. I'm scared to see a diamond now. And I've caught 2 of them, but I knew that was a gold, and it was not. It blows my mind. He wasn't that big. Like, he was, what, 5.29, I think? Yeah, and my biggest one is 9.58, so almost double that. And I caught him right here in this lake, just to my left, over by the shore. There comes a little one. It's called Kensington Avenue Live. Or yeah, if you just type in Philadelphia Live, you'll find it. Everybody in the chat last night was talking about organizing a rescue for that dog. We were like, we gotta go save him. They named him Snowflake because he was all white. Everybody in the chat was like, somebody go get that dog. He seemed to really like this one guy. And then there was this chick that was like, she kept going over and trying to like get near him and squat down, and he would like almost start growling at her. You could tell he did not like her. And he had like one of those chain collars on, you know, you could tell he definitely belonged to somebody. Hey, fire rat. This looks like a large one. Probably a silver, but the way he was swimming up, yeah! We got ourselves a diamond. That's the motherfucking spot. I wonder if anybody's ever got back-to-back diamonds on any fish in this game. I doubt it's possible. Yeah, yesterday, you guys, I shut off the stream, and within 2 minutes, I watched Goldstein, the legendary bass, swim right past me on the dock there, and I threw a short cast right past him, and he bit it. And I was like, son of a bitch, because I was hoping to catch him on stream. And I had been trying to catch him for probably about 6 hours at that point total, when he just decided he'd show up. Starting to think he hides under that dock. Seemed like that's where he came from. I was standing up on the corner of it, and all of a sudden he come right out of there. He was on the surface. I scared all the fish away when I reacted to that diamond, I think. We're no longer trying to catch Atlantic salmon right now. I have a daily for the ides. So we're doing that for a bit. Then I'll go back to the salmon. Well, I might have to server hop, because salmon kind of like the day. So I'll need to go to a different server. I've caught 3 diamond ides so far, and they're the only fish that I've got diamond in this whole reserve. Sun's setting right there. It's kind of cool. Oh shit, you guys can't see it. Fuck. Oh yeah, wait. There. Hey, Brady. It's bright. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got shit to do. Yeah, I got 2 big ass fish yesterday. I got the big ass pike on this map, and I got the big ass bass on the other map. He's huge. There are pike that get huge. They get, you know, up to, well, I don't know. Let me look at what the record northern pike is for Montana. £37.5, and it was. Thanks, babe. And it was. I don't know how long. What about Colorado, though? £30.69. A 30-pound fish with a mouth full of teeth. Computer. Hold on, I'm catching this fish, but I'll show you what the inside of a pike's mouth looks like. It's pretty fucking scary. as you can see here, there is a lot of teeth. And this really doesn't even do it justice because they've got a tongue that is covered in teeth as well. And you can see their whole roof of their mouth is teeth. Like, it's not just like they have teeth in a row where they should have them. It's like their whole mouth is just teeth everywhere. Actually, this kind of shows it too. There's like rows of teeth. And then the tongue is a row of teeth. It's fucking crazy. And when I was a kid, I'd be out, you know, swimming around, snorkeling along. And you look up into the reeds and stuff, and you'd see these fuckers darting along. Yeah, pike are a good fight. And they're a good eat, too, man. They're good fish. I like them. Somebody just got the legendary. Nice. Pike is delicious, man. But no, dude, Brady, there's a lot of different bodies of water, right? Like your colder, like rivers and creeks or cricks, they won't have most of these predator fish like that. Like pike and whatnot are gonna live in like warm lakes. And really, most wildlife is a lot more afraid of you than you are of it. Like the only chance you would have of getting bit by a pike would be probably if you were sitting on some dock splashing your feet in the water for like an hour, you know, or maybe you'd have to have them sitting there kind of just barely twitching in the water, and you know, it'd take quite a while probably to attract one because I don't know, I just feel like they're gonna be aware that you're a human and like scared. There's certain, you know, situations where the animals will not care and attack you, I guess, but not fish, dude. I don't think it's very well. I don't think anybody has been bit by one. Let's look it up. How often do people get bit by northern pike? Very rare reports of bites from pike do exist, but the fish let go of the person after realizing they weren't prey. Pike have no interest in attacking anything they can't eat. There are few isolated instances of northern pike or muskie biting a person. So it's very rare. Also, it says they can't exert enough force to bite your finger off. The real danger with the pike and that mouthful of teeth comes when you catch one and you go to pull your hook out of their mouth. You have to have a pair of pliers or something, you know. You're not going to want to stick your hand in there because they can start chomping and, you know, you can easily get cut or chewed up a little bit. You'll be bleeding. Wouldn't be good. Yeah, or a good river or something, you know. Like, I prefer to swim in this one river out here. The only thing it probably has in it is big trout. And, you know, their teeth are bullshit. I mean, a big trout kind of has some teeth, but it's not enough for us to worry about. It's barely enough for them to use. And a little trout, their teeth are so small that it's like sandpaper. It's just enough to make it easier to hold on to them when you got your thumb in their mouth, you know. It gives you a bit of a grip. But yeah, there can be some big fish. Some pretty big fish. I wonder what the biggest fish in Colorado was. Ever caught. It was a fucking 73.29 pound lake trout. That's nuts. It looks like a lake trout with another lake trout for a belly. Or like a lake trout with a huge gut. I think the biggest fish ever caught in Montana was probably a sturgeon. Yeah, it was a 75-inch long, 96-pound white sturgeon caught in 1968. "75 inches. Yes. Honestly, I can't really say that without playing Fishing Planet because I don't know. Never played it, but this is one of the best games I've ever played in my life. I don't even know how to compare it to any other fishing game because, like I said, I haven't played them, but the reviews were just so fucking bad, dude. Honestly, let's go have a look at it. It's free-to-play bullshit, first of all, and I can't stand free-to-play games. Oh, you can pay $50 to get a bunch of shit in a game that's free, though. Ratings and reviews. I mean, they've gotten kind of better, but it was pretty bad. Fishing Planet is the most immersive fishing game to ever exist. I love how your character really shows how they are in purgatory and can only fish for the rest of their existence. 10 out of 10 will fish again. Don't make purchases. Would be 5, but I paid $19.99 for the advance pack but didn't receive the pack. Dev, help please. Oh, good. Like, there was some really bad reviews. I feel like it's been bombed with a bunch of really good reviews just to hide all the bad ones. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at, what was this one, the Angler? Let's see what the reviews are like for it. They're probably worse. Dude, I swear up here, it was looking like it was rated at like 4 stars. Like right there. Oh, that's for Norway Reserve. Okay. The Norway Reserve has a higher fucking review than the game. Needs ambiance. Game is great. Yeah, I don't know. I think this one probably got bad reviews at launch because the servers were fucked. There's a lot of good reviews though. Skip time option. Bad servers. Yeah, you can. I don't know what that guy's talking about. There are some funny ass reviews. If you find a game that's got like a really bad rating, like I know there was another fishing game that had a really bad rating. Maybe it's... Let's look at the Rapala Pro series. One of them had a fucking terrible rating. I didn't think it was possible to ruin a game, but Rapala proved me wrong. I was looking forward to seeing if they would upgrade the 360 series. That did not happen. Graphics look like they were designed on the original Xbox. Gameplay is frustrating. Casting is a joke. Hooking large fish is nearly impossible. Timed events are so short that you are lucky if you can even complete them. And don't get me started on how horrible the avatars look. I doubt this game was designed for today's consoles. If it was, someone should get fired. These are some older reviews, though. It's like no one's fucking bought this game in a couple of years. Game is nothing compared to previous Rapala titles. You can't fish near docks, dams, or rocks, dams, docks, buildings, or shallow water. The lures don't act like they should, as in being top water, diving, floating, or shallow runners. They all go same depth and have same action. There's a combo you enter to make lure attract fish, and it's a joke. Casting is limited to the front of the boat with minimal movement left to right. This game was a huge disappointment to me because there is one other fishing game that I have been able to find on Xbox One and have been waiting for this to release. Save your money, and if you want a decent game to play, buy Sega Bass Fishing. It's backwards compat for like $5. Oh my god. I think it's really good, dude. Like, I've just been waiting for a good fishing game to come along. And then this one did. I think, I don't know. I honestly don't know why people are giving it 3s. Yeah, there's some funny ass reviews, dude. Like, way better than that. Well, and I'm playing it on Game Pass, so I didn't even really buy the game. But had I, you know, needed to, I would have. It's $30 if you want to buy it, or if you need to buy it. Yeah, it is. It's on, I think it's on everything. Should be on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, and then PC and Xboxes. I don't think anybody will be disappointed. You know, it's really addictive. Like, it's open world. You've got the exploration to it, you know, and the fish, they spawn like through a whole variety of parameters. There's like 20 different things that determine where the fish will spawn, you know, and it makes the game pretty immersive, and it's really I don't know, it's like really realistic as far as like what bait you're supposed to use. It seems like they've based all that off real life. Hey, Darnell. You want some catfish? I do have a daily to catch some cats. Some little ones over here on the Norway map. You gotta catch bullheads over here, and they're small. right now there's just 2 maps, right? So it's you have Golden Ridge Reserve, which is the starting map. It's just the United States, I guess. And then there's also Norway. But there's this thing, you can buy Norway Reserve standalone like for $10, or for $20 you can get the Reserve Pass, which is Norway and then 2 other unannounced reserves. So there's definitely 2 more coming. And it's made by the people who made The Hunter. And if you played that game at all or saw its progression, you'll know that they added a lot to that. I'm not sure. I need to look and see how many reserves. $14 reserves to play on in the Hunter Call of the Wild. And then they added all sorts of gadgets and gear for hunting and stuff, so I really expect them to expand upon this game a lot. There's, you've got the fish that will spawn in a variety of ranks, from juvenile, bronze, silver, gold, and then diamond ranked fish. There's also legendary fish that are, every week there's a new legendary added to each reserve. Not added, but it's like there will be one active, right? There's right now only the 2 reserves, and there's only the 3 legendaries for each reserve, but they're cycling through, each week it'll be a different one. So I've caught 2. I haven't caught Spielfin yet, and I haven't caught Sidewinder on the starting map either, because he was too big for me when he was active. Or, I hadn't got the gear yet that I needed to get him. But that's the thing. I expect them to add more reserves that will have probably way harder to catch fish, and you'll need to have played the game a bit, to have the gear to catch some of the bigger fish. And it's already that way. When you first start out, you have just a stupid ass, like, I think it's called the greenhorn, your rod, and you got 2-pound line, so it's all you can do to catch a sunfish. It's like when you're a kid, basically, and your dad takes you fishing for the first time, and you catch a little sunfish, and it's like the hardest thing in the world. But as you grow up, as you level up in this game, you get better rods, and then you get better line. Your rod in the game determines what strength of line you have. Holy shit, there's a bullhead right there. I forgot they're in this lake. There is no trophy lodges yet, Fire Rat, and that's something, that was not in the Hunter at first either. So I expect that to, right now, the way it is, like, I just caught that fish. I released him. It's catch and release. So your best fish that you catch, I believe, when I'm looking in the handbook here, the picture that I'm looking at is the fish that I caught. Like it's the best one, basically. And then if you go over here, you got the most recent, so you can kind of see the ones you've caught here recently as well. But I believe these, well, I don't know, some of the pictures are all the same. Yeah, maybe they're all the same, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it's just one picture for each. I don't know. They kind of look a little bit different in their color tint. Maybe I'm just seeing it. No, I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, so there's no way. The only way you can really, like, admire the fish you've caught is right here. Same with your legendaries. They're just back in the water. And we may or may not get that. The devs are saying that the reason it's catch and release is because they don't want to hurt anything. It's like, from the makers of the game who let you kill 10,000 deer. becomes a fishing game where you can't kill any of them. Like, what? Sometimes when you're fishing, you can't help but kill a fish. You know, they swallow the hook. That's it. You can get it out of there, but sometimes, you know, it's pretty rough, so. You toss the fish back, hoping for the best, and you watch him swim on his side for the next 15 minutes until he stops. It's horrible. Should have just kept it. So yeah, I think they'll probably add lodges at some point, maybe. Maybe not, though. I think people have suggested that we get like some sort of big indoor or whatever, maybe even a pond or an indoor aquarium, so we could keep our fish that way. There comes something. Could be an hide. I think it's an hide. It's a little hide. But yeah, this game has a really good sense of progression. The challenges are pretty fun. Some of them are kind of fucked. Like the gold sunfish. It's pretty fucking hard. It's like unnecessarily hard. It shouldn't be that tough to get one, but you'll see. Maybe not, though. I feel like that's something that will get patched, and then future players of the game will have no clue what people are talking about when they're complaining about the gold sunfish challenge. Shoot. Comes a catfish. We'll see him. I am excited to see what the next reserve will be. I know with the hunter, you know, they were adding reserves, and I would pretty much stick with the first one because there was so much to do that I just never got really done. So I think, you know, with this, it'll be kind of similar where, you know, they'll add new reserves, but you'll always be able to go back and play the old ones too, and it just, the replayability is going to be pretty great. I haven't been able to stop playing this game since it came out. I feel kind of bad. We just became a fishing channel. Like, I really like this game. I think if you know about fishing in real life, you'll find it pretty intuitive. And if you don't know about fishing in real life, you'll probably learn a lot. Which I like that as well. You know, you could take somebody who doesn't know how to fish and teach them this game, and they could probably go fishing. And at least not be totally lost. You know, you just apply what you learned in this game and you'd probably be alright. There's some things you're going to have to learn on your own, like how to tie a knot, how, you know, how to properly bait your hook and all that. That's a bunch of information as well, but you learn that along the way. There's a lot more to it than a game as well, you know, I guess. It's like just getting like good at casting takes some time. Takes some practice. Man, they must have had it on the line together there. Done with the Ides daily. Let's see what these bullheads will bite on. See, Ides want cheese, bread, redworm, minnow, grub tube, worm, pearl barley, dough, and spinner. And then the bullhead. I think hot dog and eggs are different. Chuck a hot dog on there. That might catch brown trout though, and I think they're in here. Yep. But they might be a day fish though. They are, so yeah, we should be good. We should catch some catfish. I think I only need one. Yeah, one more silver. We might have been better off just sticking with cheese. They were biting on that. Sometimes you have to wait quite a while when you're using bait like this. You can also set up with lures or jigging. I've got 3 different poles, pretty much. It could be quite realistic with the bait, though. Sitting here for like 5-10 minutes, maybe longer. Seems like the game will make you wait long if a big fish is coming. Not always. Sometimes you wait 10 minutes and get a bronze, but, you know. Well, and if you put a large hook on and toss it out there, you can really wait a while. Because, you know, the smaller fish won't be able to bite, and then you're just limited to just a few fish. And I believe the way it works is when you go to a lake, you know, if you're the only player there, like I am here, then the fish are spawning off me, you know, and they're probably spawning in the local area just around me, like this. And it depends on, like, light level, water temperature, vegetation in the water. I think it depends on what bait you have on, what hook size you have on, probably whether or not you have your pole out. Like, there's a whole shitload of things that determine what the fish are all around you. And then once they've spawned, they're in the lake, and that's what's there to be caught. So you have to catch, you know, if you want a diamond of a particular species when you go to a lake or anywhere in this game, it may not be there. So you need to catch all the small, you know, fish of that species, or all even the other fish, so that the one you're trying to catch can spawn and have the opportunity to bite your hook. But then you're still going to have, like, all the smaller fish competing for the bite as well. And I think, you know, they take priority somehow, so, you know, it can be tricky. I think when you go to a lake like this, if you were trying to catch diamonds of a particular species, you would want to go there, put a hook on that's going to get you, like, bronzes, silvers, and whatnot. Catch all the little fish that you can. Fish for them for, like, an hour or two. Then, after you've caught maybe 15 or 20 little fish, switch to a bigger hook that can only catch golds and diamonds of that species, and, you know, wait it out. And there's a good chance that's, you know, how you'll get them. But it can be a hell of a wait, like we are seeing here. And they may not bite. You know, you go into the handbook, looking at preferences here on the bullhead catfish, it says hot dog, but that does not mean he's going to want that. He might not want it today. Next time I come fishing at this lake, that might be the only thing I can use to catch these things. That's the thing that I really like about this game too. It's realistic like that. You know, I don't know if it does it where if you keep using the same bait over and over again, you won't catch anything. It seems like it's day to day, you know, where if you figure out what they want, that's pretty much what they want. I'll go back to cheese because that seemed like what they wanted. Also, I should probably go a bit deep. That's probably another thing that determines what's going to bite, you know, where you have your hook depth. You can catch catfish at the surface, but they probably have a better chance of biting if your hook depth is at the bottom. There's an eyed. See him down there. Oh, someone got a diamond Xander. Little eyed. That's a catfish. Nice. Done with that daily. So we're done with our dailies. Just have a weekly for the 2 diamond salmons. It is night though. They don't bite worth a shit at night. We gotta find a new server. When you first load into a multiplayer session, it will be noon for about a minute. As you see on my screen there, down in the bottom left. Or right below me, I guess. It's 12:01 now. The minutes go by like one minute every 8 seconds or something. But now that it's actually loaded me into a multiplayer session, the clock is going to adjust to what the real time is. It's going backwards, so it's going to be early morning. It could even be kind of in the night. It's going slow, though, so it will probably be early morning. So we should be perfect. We could go to a different spot. I feel like I've been blowing this spot up a little too much. I don't know, there's somebody out there though. Let's do it. Up ahead on that hillside, there's no waterfall yet because it hasn't started rendering. Any second, the water will appear. Any second now. Hopefully we get a diamond. I want a nice fight. I want a good struggle here. Sometimes the light on the surface of the water looks like a big fish going for your shit. I see one. When I see one following, I try to speed up my lure so I can get as close to the boat as possible. So it's not so much of a fight. Salmon, it doesn't really matter because they're still gonna struggle at the boat. Atlantic salmon. I believe they're the biggest fish on the Norway map. The pike get pretty large though too. I saw a guy last night get a diamond one that was 45 pounds. A little bit here or there, but not much, man. I almost streamed that today instead of this though. It was either this or Cold War, but I don't know, I'm kind of hooked on the fishing. No pun intended. I do miss zombies though, man. I want to play it. I want to slay the undead. I really need about 5 clones of myself so I can play all these games. Yeah, sometimes. I'd almost rather always play Outbreak, but you know, there's some times where I'll, like, if I'm bored, I'll be looking for group posts and people want to play whatever, and I'll do that. Or honestly, sometimes people will put out a post saying they're going to play Outbreak, and then we go to play Outbreak, and somehow, you know, we end up talking about playing something else, and then, you know, we end up playing Die Machine or, you know, some other round-based map. Somehow by accident. I should get to where I know all the Easter eggs on all the round-based maps, though. Just master the whole game. There's a lot there, though. No. Still haven't. I know I can easily do it on, like, Forsaken. You know, I could probably easily do it on most of them, but it's just the game. When I've tried in the past, the game crashes. So, there's been that. I would have had it no problem on Die Machine if it weren't for that. Like, we'll be sitting in our little spot in this hallway, just vacuuming zombies together for hours, and then on like 91, or I think that's as high as we've ever gotten, it'll just crash. Hey, Randy. And then, like, Forsaken, dude. I know I could go on there with the M79 right now and get in the little room with the pizza zombie or whatever, you know, the guy that gives you the ray gun. And, well, I think it is Ron, actually, but he's in there. Either way, there's a room that you can unlock, you know, and then you're basically just sitting in this small little room. And between the M79 and the Crystal Axe, you cannot die. Like, you could go as long as you want. So I know I could easily do it in there. Promoted! There's no level cap in this game, supposedly. I think I've seen somebody at a 62 as the highest level I've seen. You haven't been able to do the last few Easter eggs? They're tough, man. I'll be the first 100. I doubt it. There's probably somebody out there already. Yeah, I know. Part of me thinks that it's not good because people are probably getting bored, you know, and I don't want that, so. Might not be too many more fish and streams. It's hard for me because it's a game I want to play, so I'll play it a lot. And then how am I supposed to stream when I really want to play this? And if I don't want to stream this, then that's kind of a situation. You come out of nowhere. I really hope they add a net so we can make securing our catches way faster. We need like an assistant or something who will hold the net. Get the net! on, fish. I want to see one that's like so big it scares me. Just swim up and bite. That'd be so awesome. Not that one. Now I am kind of curious about Fishing Planet. I might have to play it just so I know. If it's good or not. Good. What's up, Drainy? Is it Drainy or Dranny? It's gotta be Drainy. Maybe. Salmon farmers. Just when they bite. What the hell is going on, man? I think I've caught all the silvers. Caught all the fish. See ya, fire rat. Have a good weekend, dude. Yeah, I'm all sick still. It's not good. My voice is all screwed up. If I talk too loud, it feels like I'm gonna cough. So I kind of have to hold back a little bit. Yeah, it's fun. There's seriously no fish. There's no fish in this game. Yo, what's up, Jamal? Let's go to the back of the boat. Yeah. Whoa. That's big. That is big. Pulling line here. We are pulling line. Maybe. Oh, shit. He almost went to the max. Okay, okay. Settle down, bub. Oh my god. Yeah, HP extra if you're playing on Xbox, dude. Weren't you jumping off the dock yesterday? We were far back on the live. I think that's kind of a common thing, Jamal. It's like, I don't know, I don't have the best internet, so my stream will buffer every once in a while, and then it just will kick you off of the actual live for just a second even, and then it, like, it does that a bunch of times, you know, and the next thing you know, you're like several minutes back, and I will react to what you said minutes later, and it seems like I'm not reacting very well. It's just because of where I live, you know. Yeah, HP extra if you want to. My gamer tag is, well, my gamer tag is, it's zombie Cartman YT, like all just one word. Or here, oh shit, let me just smack the mic a little bit, hold on. I think that will make it pop up. I'm kind of sick, so I can't talk very good. Can't talk very much, or I'll just start coughing. If you can just send me a message saying hi or whatever, because I don't get follow alerts. But if you send me a message, I'll invite you to the game. I'm not sure if the server's full. I added somebody last night that had added me on the Apex Connect. Oh, that was you? Okay. can pull that up on my phone while You don't want to ever let go of left trigger because you'll release the line tension and the fish will just go away. So you can kind of one hand the fish if they're not like really going out there. Let's see, I can maybe invite you with my phone. I think I sent it. Just put my phone down here. Come on, fish. Oh god, he might try to break it here at the boat. I gotta watch it. You got the invite? Nice. That's crazy. It let me send it with my phone. It's got to be a gold, I think. 43.5 pounds. Yeah. He had some teeth in his mouth. I'm kind of mid-map, you know. It might take a minute or two for you to see me when you join the reserve. Oh, I see you right there. Hold on, actually, let me do this real quick. I bet you're over here. If it'll let me. You're like right on the fucking waypoint icon. I can do this though. Friend not found. Maybe it sent it. That's funny, dude. Gotta get a spoon. Yeah, I'm using the 2-aught, dude, but they're... Like, if you get a 1 even, the 1 spoon works well if you're going for, like... I mean, you could catch a diamond on it, but you'll mostly catch bronzes, and that's, you know, kind of the way to go, because they're so fast. You'll be blowing the fish feed up in no time, and I think it probably is the better way to go because of how fast you can just catch one fish after another. Like, when I use the 2-aught, I was having, like, two casts in a row where I caught nothing. But with the 1... it's almost guaranteed. Oh yeah, you want it on 2-speed as well. Well, he was coming at it at 3 there. 2-aught's what you always use? Oh, well, very well. There was quite a few people on the dock last night, so I couldn't remember what I don't remember what level you were. I'm about to be 60, I think. Well, probably like 3/4 of the way. Well, like 59 1/4 or some shit. I don't know how to say it. I gotta look at it. He was a small silver. Yeah, I'm not quite even 1/4 of the way on it. Oh, you were the guy that got the pike. Oh, okay. I was looking at a picture that somebody had posted on Discord or something that showed him over on the other side of that river mouth. So I was over there for a while. And I come over to the dock where I found out he was. I was a little too late. This is kind of a large one. Probably a silver though. I'm hoping they'll add, you know, some sort of legendary for each species of fish. That'll be cool if they do, you know, so that there's a big rotation on the legendaries. Oh, you son of a bitch. I hate it when the secured meter is like almost full and then they wiggle around. You see them surface right in front of you? That would be cool. That's how I got Goldstein yesterday. I was sitting there streaming, you know, after I caught the pike, I went right back over to that map to try to get him. And I had been trying to get him for like 5 or 6 hours probably, and I go back over, and I was trying for about 10 minutes or so, and then I had to go. I had to shut the stream off because I was gonna grill some burgers, and then shoot, Jeebus. But yeah, and then right after, like within 60 seconds of shutting the stream off, Goldstein comes swimming out from under the dock, and you know, he was just right there. So I short casted on him and he bit. Let's see, I could invite Modified as well here. Maybe. I can figure it out. Hey!
How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. How was the game?
Intense. We drew 1-1, unfortunately.
Oh. That's
yeah.
crazy.
We had like lots and lots of opportunities, and eventually we did score. And then like at the last minute or something, we just gave away a goal. Like, you know.
Yeah. That's too bad.
But yeah.
I bet it was pretty cool.
All went good. Sorry?
But it was pretty cool though, a good match.
What's up, guys?
Hey, dude.
Yeah, it was a good match. Just, you know, like the fans were quite good as well.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, all went good.
That'll happen. Never know what, you know, a team's gonna have from 1 year to the next.
Oh, a lot happens outside.
Hold on, do you want to invite me back? I cannot hear you guys at all.
Alright,
yeah,
we will.
Yeah, we will. Oh, as soon as I catch this fish.
No, I'll provide him, don't worry. Did you catch Legendary yet?
Yeah, I got both of them yesterday.
Ooh, sick.
Yeah, the pike's pretty funny. He's big.
Can you, wait, after you call that fish, can you show me location, please, where I can...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the pike is gonna be, well, on Norway, he's right where all these people are. Like this weird lake. Kraksjon.
Oh, the small lake.
And they're right at the dock. Like, I caught it right off the dock there.
Alright.
There's no fast travel there, so you kind of have to drive over to it, but...
Yeah. What's the best bait to use?
Floyd.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Lord.
caught him on a size 3 swim bait, first cast.
Nice.
Yeah, George.
Same with Goldstein.
I caught Goldstein on like a size 1 frog, I think.
Are they supposed to be easy to catch? Because I always catch them third cast or less than that. All the legendaries I've ever tried to catch.
Yeah, like, well, once, I think, like,
I think if you have the right
legendary
shit.
fish. Yeah, well, exactly, and the whole challenge in it is, like, actually finding it, so when one person finds it, the whole challenge is basically done, and you just need to reel it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of cool the first night. On like Wednesday night, kind of, when they added them, because I was going around on Golden Ridge just trying to find Goldstein. It was me and like probably 6 or 7 other people, and I could tell we were all watching like the same YouTube video, because there was a video where it showed like 8 potential spawns, and none of them were the actual spawn. In the video, the guy even said it might be in a new spot, and he was. So I was trying to find him for like 4 hours that night, and was hoping to be, you know, the first one to get him and put a video up, but I ended up getting tired, going to bed, and then I woke up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, it's like 3-4 hours later. Check YouTube, sure enough, somebody found him. Then I started trying to catch him.
Quick.
No, I did not.
If you can hear anything through my mic, there's a big thunderstorm hanging just above me, like a massive one. So if it's, you know, interrupting, just let me know.
I don't hear anything.
Yesterday I was in the same spot. I had a giant fish on. He just he drug all my line out on the max bait caster all the way up to 220. Then he just randomly stopped and came off the lure.
What?
Right here in the same spot.
That's
I don't know what
crazy.
happened. I think it glitched up. He just kept dragging it out. I think it was a diamond.
That would be cool. I got a weekly to get 2 diamond salmon, but I don't even think I've seen one come up on the feed.
Yeah, I haven't either. I caught that legendary salmon, but that was pretty easy. Seen him surface and just cast out on him.
When I first bought the bait caster, so I was totally avoiding bait casters for like maybe my first half of the game. Then I finally get into them and realize that they're pretty good. But when I first bought one, I think I just didn't have a bobber on me. Or maybe, no, I think I can't use them for that. I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. Like, I seriously could not kit it to hold a lure for some stupid reason. So I just assumed I couldn't. So I was running around until, like, 2 days ago, thinking that the only way I could cast a lure in this game was with, like, the Stallo. Or the Devil's Advocate, which, you know, my line was like 38 pounds on the Devil's Advocate. So I'm trying to farm salmon with 38-pound line, wondering how all these people are just hauling them in over and over again, you know. Then it's because they're all using the bait caster with 55-pound line. And then I figured that out, and I was like, holy shit, I'm fucking up this whole
I never
thing.
bought the bait caster until I got the max. I got the max level bait caster. I never bought one until I got that one.
Yeah, I think
I
I
was
was
slaying
about
salmon on
mid-level.
the spinning reels.
Yeah,
They're really
it's-
fun on the spinning reels, though.
Well, and I grew up using like spinning reels and stuff, you know, and I actually have a funny story about a bait casting reel. Like I don't like them, you know, and I don't really understand them either, but it's like the one time I ever went fishing with somebody, we were down in Texas, and it was my like my ex-father-in-law. He had this fucking rod sitting there, and he got a bite, you know, and I had no clue with these bait casters. You got to put your thumb on the line to get it to not spin.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm used to like like the spinner reel type setup,
Traditional, yeah.
where you got to actually flip the bail and shit, you know. So he's getting a bite. He's like 10 feet down the pier, and I was like, "Hey, you're getting a bite." And he's like, "Grab it." And dude, I didn't know, so I grabbed this fucking thing and I just yard on it without putting my thumb on the line, and the whole reel just went like it seriously turned into an afro of line. And he was so fucking pissed off because I had, like, the fish was basically, I think he actually did get the fish, but he was thinking it was going to get away. And then, I mean, it's frustrating when you have a line snarl at all. And when it was like that, it was like the whole thing exploded. He was going to have to reline the whole thing, you know, and I was just like, whoops.
Yeah. That was
bait
actually like the
caster one time. I
first.
didn't really like.
Yeah, like that stuff was actually like the first type of like reel that I bought and used, and the fish like the dude at the fish shop said, like, you know, you're gonna have to get used to it. And I was like, you know, fuck it, I'm young, I can learn quick, so I'll just fucking use it. I ended up like after 2 hours, I ended up going back with shit. Nope.
When I was a kid, the first reel that I had was a Zebco, and it's like, if you know much about fishing, you'll know what these are. They're the worst goddamn reels. They're a closed-faced reel. So you've got a reel inside of like a bulb of shit, basically, and you've got like a top cap that you can unscrew to get to that line. And you know, it's like the same thing as a spinner reel. It's just all encased, and I don't understand why they even exist, because they're just stupid as
Play the
fuck.
button one, yeah. The one where you push the button.
Yeah, it's like for kids basically,
Yeah, I
but
know.
like, yeah, you push this button, you pull the rod back over your head, you throw it, and you let go of the button, and lets go of the line, right? But the problem is, after 3 or 4 casts and reel ups, the line inside the bulb gets all snarled up. And then when you go to cast, it's just a ball of shit coming out, and it won't cast. Then you have to sit there and like unfuck your line basically. And when you're like 6 years old, you don't know how to do this shit, so you're crying, fucking not able to fish, and your dad is having to spend more time fucking with your line than anyone is getting to fish. They're the worst thing ever. And when I was a kid, me and my brother both had one. So once I got to where I could figure out how to unfuck my line, I had to sit there and unfuck mine and my brother's line all the time. So then he'd be crying, wanting me to fix his line, and then I'd fix it. He'd get 2 or 3 casts, it would fuck up, and then I'd have to do it again. So literally, I could barely fish because I'd spend most of the time fixing mine and his lines. And then once we got, a couple of years older, my dad was like, here, you guys can have an actual, like, I think they were like the Shimano quick fire reels where you could pull this little lever and it would flip the bail for you. That, it was a little more to learn holding the line and letting go of it, but I would have rather have learned that as a little kid even than have the stupid Zebcos. But that's the Zebco to me is the bait caster. The bait caster is the Zebco for adults. So that's why I've never fucking ever bought one or used one, and that's why I didn't understand how to use that one guy's either, or my ex-father-in-law's. He fucking, I don't know. To me they were not the way, but I know that some of them are pretty badass. Like they hold some pretty crazy line.
Yeah,
I think for ocean fishing,
those shark
shit,
ocean
that's
fishing
what you
ones.
want. Yeah. I think.
By the way, Cartman, what light speed were you using? Like real speed to get it in? Alright, yeah.
For the pike, you want to put it at the bottom, and that's how I got on too. Also,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
probably
Just go
sit
to
there and wait
bottom
for him to
and look at it.
surface. You'll definitely see him.
Yeah, you'll see him out there.
Are you gonna be streaming tomorrow too?
I don't know. I've got a. Well, my son's home from college just for the weekend here. Next couple here, he's been here a couple days, but he'll be going back on Sunday, and then tomorrow we were talking about going and looking at some yard sales. I like to go and try to find retro games. What's that?
The yard sales are always fun. I like just going over and seeing what they have.
Yeah.
We don't have that
Never
stuff
looked
in
at
here,
that.
yard sales, ever.
Are they not legal or something? Not allowed?
Probably not, because it can't get taxed. So, it's probably
You
not,
can't have that.
yeah.
Getting around the
That
tax.
would be like straight up tax evasion.
You're using a /2/0 spinner, yeah?
I think I'm using a 1 spoon.
I've always wondered if you catch pools. Do you pull out too?
I
I
was
don't think
using,
I've ever caught a gold salmon before.
I've caught like 3 of them maybe. Well, there's the one challenge mission that makes you do it. That was the first one. Oh yeah.
You just caught 2 just now, didn't you?
I think I've caught one just about 10 minutes ago maybe.
It's pretty cool. That one that I had on yesterday must have been a diamond. Just drug almost all the way.
I had a 40-pound gold drag my line all the way out yesterday, and then he got tired, but I was only using fluorocarbon line until just like a couple days ago as well, because I didn't really understand the difference between it and the braid. The main difference I can tell is that the braid has half the diameter, so you get like double the line length on a reel.
Yeah. I'm using 55-pound fluorocarbon right now. Or monofilament, I don't know what it is.
I'm using the braid because the other thing is it doesn't stretch. So fluorocarbon kind of stretches, and the fish can use that to their advantage. Like they can pull line even when they aren't. Like you'll see them as they're fighting. Your top line thing, your white number at the top won't move, but the depth they'll be pulling line because they're stretching the line. And I think with the braid they can't. So it's like you're more easily able to like get them to the boat.
Yeah, that's what you mean. That's a decent one.
I thought the fluorocarbon was better because you didn't want like fish to see it or something, but I don't think that makes a difference. I think when it's the visibility thing in the line descriptions is meant for us or something,
Yeah.
Yeah.
not the fish.
I don't think they can see it. They could, then definitely wouldn't be catching trout on a 55-pound line.
Yeah. It's like fucking 1/8-inch cable out there. Damn near. Not
Pretty
really,
much,
but
yeah.
you get some spider wire, it'll be fairly thin.
Caught a diamond rainbow trout a couple days ago. He's pretty big. Like almost 20 pounds. First cast.
Hell yeah. I seen Jeebus get one the other day too. He was trying to get a salmon or something.
Yeah.
You got
exactly.
a diamond rainbow.
Yep, that was on the thingy map though. The other map.
Yeah.
On this map, I haven't got any diamonds. I've just got one legendary and yeah, everything's gold, but no diamonds yet.
I got another diamond eyed earlier. It's like my third one, but it's the only species I've got diamond on. But they are easy to get diamonds with.
Yeah, I only got one of those. I didn't notice it was a diamond either. Just reeled them in. I'm like, oh, a diamond. That's cool.
Yeah, they seem to be fairly easy. And they're everywhere, little bastards. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You ever went up to that Hartford lake up top, right above this lake? There's like a river that leads up to it. That's a really good lake for brown trout and eyed.
I'll have to look at it in a second. Fighting a fish. I was on a lake earlier that I liked for them. It's one. I think it was where I had to go for a gold one for a challenge or something.
Yeah,
That's
you
kind of
guys got
how
any lake trout tips?
I got a diamond one the other day. It was like
cannot-
49 pounds.
I cannot seem to catch any of them at all. I don't understand it.
It's like shad,
I
dude.
know you're supposed to.
Mainly you want to use
You're
shad.
supposed to jig it all the way down to the bottom, and then like, I don't even know. Really.
Yeah, like when I caught the diamond one, I was using a worm on a 4/0 large jig head, I think. And, you know, I was on this river section where it's like 90 feet deep, and I just did a short cast out, let it sink down to the bottom, and then you hold A to do the jigging action, and your line will come right over to the boat, just like real life. Like when you're jigging, you're basically just like lifting your lure down there at depth, you know, right off your boat. And that's what you're doing in the game pretty much. And then sometimes you sit there for, you know, 10 minutes holding A, but you might get something. Or
Yeah.
like when I
went for the what's his name? I forgot the name of him, but it's a legendary lake trout. I went for him, and I
Sidewinder, I
fished for him for like 2.5 hours, nothing.
there's a challenge to get the gold burbot, and the little lake that they're in is full of lake trout, and you will fucking struggle to catch anything but the little fuckers. Like the lake trout in there are just relentless.
Is it like one of the big lakes?
No, it's a little tiny one. It's
Small
like
lake.
where the hot springs are on the starting map. It's one of those little ones right there.
Oh, that's
If you do the challenges on there, you'll see it. It's the gold burbot challenge.
Yeah.
People get stuck on that one for a couple days sometimes. I did.
only challenges I've done around Norway. I got a couple of Norway challenges done. About it.
I've done all of them.
I love this game though. It's so beautiful. I didn't think it was gonna be that good when they first came out with it.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I was pretty excited because I had played the Hunter and I knew they had done a fairly good job with that. So as soon as I saw this come up, I was just like, whoa, that's got to be worth playing. And then I tried it, and even though it had some issues first few days, I have not stopped playing it.
Yeah, I used to play Hunter nonstop too. I'm re-downloading that right now. This game made me re-download it.
Yeah, I might have to play that as well. I don't know, it's almost hunting season here in real life. I feel bad playing a hunting game when I should be out doing it for real.
There's like 3 salmon right below my boat right now. Decent sized ones too. You're a tree could catch the small ones now.
Yeah, I'm on this one size. It's with the 2-aught you only catch silver and above, but that one, it's pretty much everything.
Yeah, you use a 3-aught, you only catch gold and above. Yeah.
There is no 3-aught spoon, so I don't know. I've got a 3-aught crankbait though, and I've got a 4-aught jerkbait, but I don't seem to get anything on those. So I've just been sticking with the spoon.
That's what I caught the, what's his name? Steel fin on. 2-aught.
I wish I would have
That
known.
was a fight and a half.
If I'd have known I could use the bait caster, I would have been able to catch him. But I was like, oh man, all I have is the stallo. There's no way. So I didn't even really try.
Yeah. You can fight him on the stallo, but it'll probably be a long time.
Yeah, like the last day he was available, I did go and try it. I was going to try to hook him in this little kind of inlet spot where I thought I wouldn't get ran out. But I was like, man.
Yeah.
And then Sidewinder, he was supposedly spawning right out in the middle of the lake, so I wasn't really even, like, not even realistically trying to get him either. I was like, no, there's, like, I thought I might hook into him just for the laughs, but, you know, there was no way I'd get him.
Yeah.
But I could have.
The only legendaries I'm missing now are the, actually, I think it's only the lake trout.
Yeah, for me it's Sidewinder and Steelfin.
I actually hooked on Steelfin with a spinning rod and snapped my line immediately. That was like the smallest thing not to go. I went the second best one. A decent salmon. Hold on, I got somebody calling me real quick. Hold up.
I'm gonna die. Feels like it's definitely coming out of my sinuses and going into my lungs. I thought I was almost over this cold.
You guys want to go brown trout fishing? We just stick into the lake for the salmon for now.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, somebody caught legendary.
Earlier I was hearing like it was like 5 seconds apart. There was 2 guys. I was like, man, they must have had him on the line at the same time.
Yeah, I watched the YouTube video. 2 people had this one. I don't know what legendary was, but they reeled him at the exact same time. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I saw that too. I think it was Sidewinder. Made me think, I wonder how many people you could have, like if you fucking just, you know, don't reel it in and just sit there. How long could you hold the fish on the line and then get everybody else to do it?
Have like 8 people have
Yeah.
the fish on at the same time.
Just
That'd
spam
be
the
cool.
feed with it. Probably fucking crash the game.
Probably bug the sound out because of the music that plays after he catches it. I'm not catching anything now.
Got him.
There's a massive salmon underneath my boat right now. Huge.
Have a look at it.
Get to the right of me. Going under now and maybe I get him. This is over. Can't wait till they add top water animations to the game, like top water tricks. Right now, I don't think they even have like any animation for it. So hey guys, my friend wants to know if you get from the party and come pick me with us. My friend. Yeah, it's just my buddy. Alright, I'll go to the party real quick. Pretty cool guy. Chill. Yo, what's up, John?
Howdy.
How's it going, man?
Decent.
Amazing.
I'm having no luck with this legendary. No bites yet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come over there with you. To watch. Are you in our game? Or you not?
Nah, I'm joining.
Are you in the game, Hugo?
Jeebus, are you in our
Jeebus.
server or are you in a...
Probably not.
Want to join this one real quick, and I'll show you where to cast out. That's where everybody's been
Yeah,
catching
sure.
them at. Alright. I use a size 3 swim bait on him. Got him 3rd cast. That's pretty cool though. I seen you catch a legendary fish yesterday, and I came in for a photo bomb on your fish.
Yeah. That was fun.
And I seen you had a YouTube channel, so I'm like, oh, maybe go check out his YouTube channel. Crazy.
Yeah, I had another guy last week when it was the burbot. He was on the waterfall for it, and I showed up and chucked out there and caught it like 2nd cast, and then he was right across the way from me, and he said he told his buddy, he's like, I think I was probably on YouTube. And then he looked and he was.
That's
So
exactly
put
what I
that
said to
video
him.
on
Like,
there.
I wonder if he's gonna put that in the video.
Yeah, I'll use it for a thumbnail for sure. I got a screenshot of like you and fuck, I can't remember. It was the other
You
guy that showed me where
and
it
my
was.
buddy.
I'm at the lake.
Chump Chimp or something. Ooh, you got a nice one on now.
I'm right here, Zugus. You got a size 3 swim bait?
What bait you using?
Using
I'm using a
2
2-aught spoon.
Alright.
The same. It's
Jeebus, if you come over here with a size 3 swim bait and you just cast out on the small dock, just straight to the left, like out in those reeds where this guy's casting, you should have him
Alright.
pretty quick.
Alright, sick. Thank you.
Just keep it like on the bottom of the water though, but keep it at a constant reel. He likes 2 times speed. See if I could see him surface up. Actually, I probably won't be able to see him. I already caught him. John, do you have the bait caster? You might be able to catch the pike too. If you want.
I do not. I haven't played since you were catching the the legendary salmon.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
something. Oh yeah. Holy shit.
You'll
I
be
don't know
Fucking
if it's him.
fine.
He starts going
it him?
crazy right away.
Oh yeah, it's going crazy.
The meter will
No way
be
you
doing
caught him.
weird
What the hell?
things.
But
Hey.
you got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got him first try.
I cast about
What?
like 20 minutes on the other world. I came here. This dude fucking shows me, and boom, gone.
I'm a professional,
Crazy.
man. What can I say?
Yeah, hey, he's going though. Damn.
And the good thing about that right there is you're in a little inlet, so he can't really take you out very far.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Damn.
He looks super cool too. He's got like the scars on his head and stuff.
Booming swords,
Probably one of
work
the coolest legendaries
sucks.
in the game.
What's here, the pike?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
pike.
Alright.
That sucks, man.
Name is.
You can catch him with my rod? Probably not.
What rod do you have?
The best spinning one.
Maybe.
See?
You have a size 3 swim bait?
He's only like 65 pounds or something.
I don't know.
You might want to go to the store and get a size for swim bait. Come back. You can definitely hook up on them, but I don't know if you'll be able to get them in.
There was almost a fight between two customers. Oh shit!
Will he bite off anything else?
That's no good.
Probably not. That's what everybody's been catching them on. Size for swim bait.
Gold salmon.
The float I'm using.
Yeah, I use float as well. It's like the free lure. It's meant for pike.
Oh, it's the one that you get off the
mission.
missions on this map.
Missions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't got that one yet. I got the reel and the rod, but not the lure. Never thought it was necessary.
It's kind of shit, honestly. Like, when I got it, it makes you catch... First it says catch any fish with it, and I struggled with that for hours, and it pissed me off. And then you catch a fish with it, then it makes you catch a gold pike with it. And that is really tough as well. But there is another mission on Norway that makes you catch a gold pike, and so if you do that one, you can go to that location because it tells you where to go. And then you basically you get the two missions done at the same time, so you get a really good little chunk of XP for doing them like that, like doing it in that spot. And I think the game, when you're trying to do like a challenge for one of the goldfish, it seems to spawn them more. Like on Golden Ridge Reserve, there's like a cheat that people are doing where you get the mission to catch a gold sauger, and you go to that dock, and then you don't try to use the 5 jerkbait, you just use minnows, and it will spawn you a gold sauger every time. And I've seen people sit there, catch 20 gold saugers in a row, and it's great XP, you know. And you can even, if you're not the person on the mission, you can be there and farm the golds as well. So if you get somebody that's got the gold sauger mission, have them not actually catch it with the jerkbait and not progress that mission, and you can sit there and farm golds for a while, like all night, because it's a night fish. But
so the mission requires you to catch them on a jerkbait, yeah?
Yeah, it gives you a 5. It gives you a size 5 jerkbait to use for that mission, but if you use minnows, like I saw a guy doing it one night. He was out there with like the smallest pole ever, using minnows, because the more you struggle to catch a fish, the more XP it gives you. So he had like really small line on, and you know, just barely enough to catch them, and he was using it as an XP for him.
Pretty cool. I'll have to try that out.
Plus, you need the gold tokens as well, right? So it is a smart little spot. Ready to go home, booming swords? That sucks, man.
I don't know where they were from, but...
Thanks, Amber Cool Kid. I will!
Gold, just no diamonds yet.
Yeah.
I'm at 37 golds on Norway here.
How far is he out, Jeebus?
23 meters. I'm at metric. So I'd say that's about
bending
70
your rod
feet.
hard. Holy.
Yeah, he is. It's coming. Yeah.
I have an idea
Put
for
up
you
here.
to catch them easier, John. Like a good idea. Probably take a boat out and then put it like in front of like the little canal that he's in.
He's
And
close.
He can't
He's
really
about
run
20
anywhere.
feet, not even. Oh, he's gone.
Alright.
Yeah, he's probably gonna run again. This guy's float fishing over here.
Yeah, Cartman.
Yeah.
170 people got arrested yesterday.
170?
Yeah, 170 people got arrested.
It's
8
not
years
bad
ago,
out
it
of
was
like
over 2,000.
30,000.
Yeah, like 5 years ago, like 8 years ago, it was like over 2,000. So we behave.
Hell yeah.
This guy's over here. I think he's trying to catch the pike on a float rod. Very interesting. Unless he's just catching other fish.
Or he's trying to catch something else, and then he gets, he gets that pike.
He gets that pike and he'll be in.
How's it
in a
going?
big fight.
The stream looks better on your
Yeah, get a
iPhone
boat.
than it did
Go
on
out
your
there.
Android? Oh, good. I can barely say oh good, I'm so sick. This is fucking rad.
Holy.
Oh my god.
Hi.
He has a rad.
Dude, I
Finding his
fucking
style.
Nobody jumped it.
totally jumped that other dock.
You almost landed on the other dock.
Yeah, I went right over it. I cleared
Come
it.
out to like where I'm at, John, and then you cast like into the land. You probably get him out. Probably won't run very far. Maybe. Maybe.
Aye.
Blue. Cast this way. Right into there. Anywhere in there. Move my boat.
Yeah, he's gone again. Damn it.
You got size 3 sunbait on, yeah?
Yep. Do I like twitch or jig it or anything?
Size 3 sunbait twitching on 2 speed.
I just did constant.
You like both, but doesn't really matter. I could see he's really close. I could see him right now. It's crazy. And go for some punch. Oh.
Left of the dock from shore is where you got it, James? Yeah, I caught it last night off the big dock, just kind of out on the edge of these weeds here. And Jeebus
So
here's...
Yeah,
this was
Cartman
open
just
sea.
flying
He'd
over
be
the
gone.
Jeebus here's got it on the line right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, I
You gotta
didn't think
back
I
up
would,
Not him.
I didn't think I'd keep my speed coming in like that with the Jeep.
You're getting golds, Cartman.
Golds?
Yeah, just on the feed there, you got like a gold salmon. Or was that like old?
I got a gold a minute ago, a gold salmon, yeah.
Alright.
I'm at 58,000 credits.
I just spent all my credits buying all the boat skins, or trying to buy them all, at least. I think I got all the boat skins, and I'm missing a couple of the car skins. That's it.
Oh, good, boom.
That's pretty much.
Well, you better get back to work, man. Try not to look at the clock, you know, it'll make time go faster.
You gotta get a brownie on.
I mean, I guess I could fish, but I'm looking at this monster pike right here. Look at that thing.
Oh, look at it. You can see it from here, John.
He's got he's got his own
Wow,
neck.
dock. Look at the dock.
See it.
Oh,
Come in the photo bomb.
Zach, you're not moving.
he's going again. Alright. Oh, no, he's running.
Oh, and you teleported. Okay.
Bad internet problem.
It's one way to get over there. Oh.
Off this thing. This other boat on my screen is just flying around.
What the hell? That boat's doing some weird shit on mine. Oh, let me up there.
I love the fact where you could take screenshots with your friends when you got your big fish too. Cool. Is
He's in. Oh, what? He was in. Come on.
But he's fighting.
he's huge.
Fat fuck.
That's pretty cool. You can still see the swim bait in his mouth too.
Cool.
He's running.
See ya, Boom.
I want to come over here on the dock, John. Might be better. I don't know if you can catch him up
How'd
there.
you get up there? What?
But he's doing dance moves. Look at him. He's got the moves. Hey man, you hit my boat.
Yeah, I don't give a shit, man. What are you talking about? Give me money. You hit my boat.
No. Not how it works. How do you emote? You
LB.
dance.
And then there's like the hand waving sign.
What?
Oh, what? Jumping jacks.
Where do you see jumping jacks?
Press LB and then like the hand waving emote.
Oh, no
Oh, he's in. Finally.
Look at
There
me.
it is.
12 minutes.
Nice.
Spectacular.
Get out of the way, screenshot.
I got a
Can you see me?
screenshot of.
Can you
Yeah.
see me in front of the fish?
Yeah.
Dang. Move! I don't want to get in front of the screenshot.
He's an ugly mofo.
He's pretty ugly. You get
I'm
him
gonna just
for the
hold him and
screenshot,
let him
actually.
die.
That's crazy.
I held him out of the water for 20 minutes. Brendan wouldn't see him. Pretty big. You catch him now, John.
Yeah. Give it a shot.
Yeah, I made him tired. You go ahead.
Right out to the left,
Couldn't find my Jeep. It was so camouflaged.
Yeah, like right where I'm looking right here. He said he couldn't find my Jeep, so camouflage.
I swear to God, I was looking around. I was like, where the fuck is it? Had to look for the symbol on my compass.
I think you can probably hook him up, but I don't know if you can get him in.
Give it a shot.
Probably be like a 40-minute fight.
Probably.
Is that the maxed out spinning rod? Yeah.
Yeah. I stopped playing after that.
Oh, somebody caught a diamond pike. Pretty interesting.
Nice.
You'll know when he's on though, especially with your rod. He's just gonna take it out.
Yep. Get out of the way. I can't see. Hey.
Is there a brown trout in this lake?
I think there
I
is.
think there is.
Off to my left.
Oh, there's a very big eyed right below me. That might be a diamond. He's big.
It's totally an
I always
good
go-
job, buddy.
I go for what's it called? I try to go for brown trout, and I always end up catching Arctic char.
Oh, I think I got him.
Probably do.
Something on.
He's not pulling out all your line, then you definitely don't. Get him.
Nah. I don't think it's him. No. Oh, he's pulling out all my line.
Yeah, you got him.
Yeah.
Casting out on an ultralight right now. How far is he out right now?
140 and still pulling.
I
Yeah.
think it'll be a miracle if he doesn't break off.
Yeah.
Not the fact that it'll break off, probably just gonna run out all of the line.
Yeah, well, yeah, he'll run out to the max and then pretty much break it.
Yeah. Going for this eye right in front of me. He's big.
I found when the fish get to max, you don't want to do much. Just hold left trigger. Don't try to hit right trigger at all and like yoink back on them because they'll just get pissed off and break it. You gotta let them try to fight themselves out.
Son of an eye, that's like, what is that? For money?
Hey, they're a bunch out here. They're good.
Looks like an eye. I could have sworn that was an eye.
Yeah, that was definitely him.
Yeah, you might need a... What level are you? 32. You're not far
Not
off.
high enough.
35.
Yeah.
35 is what you
Go back
need
to the spawn and
get
just grind out some salmon.
See if I can't catch myself a diamond brown trout. I've always wanted a diamond brown trout.
You can do it.
Haven't even gotten a gold yet. Can't find them ever. Never find them.
Trying to remember where it had me go for that. There's like a challenge for it.
For a diamond brown
For a
trout?
gold brown trout. Where was he?
Let's see what kind of silver rink brown trout.
I think it is the lake you're in.
Let's catch silver rink brown trout. Where's this one? Oh, over here. Go do some missions. Is there any mission on this map that will give you diamonds, or is it just on the other one?
I don't even know that there is on the other one. It's
There
just
is
golds.
one, I think. I think it's for a diamond rainbow. I think that's the only one.
Wasn't there a diamond sturgeon one? Or is that gold?
That was a gold sturgeon one, but somebody caught a diamond sturgeon, and I was trying to go for it.
I got a diamond one the other day. I was trying to catch, I don't even know, it was like for a daily, but there was somebody there doing the bronze sturgeon challenge. And then I fucking
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
chucked in and got a diamond right next to him.
That's exactly what happened to me. I was trying to go for the bronze, and somebody else went in and then got a diamond right next to me too. I just hit a bump in the water. I think I just ran over a salmon. Surfacing salmon.
Bye, buddies. I'm probably gonna head off because I'm falling asleep here, and it's 12:30 at night, at night. So
Yeah. We'll see you,
All
dude.
right, you have a good night, man.
Yeah, see you later. I'll probably be on
Nah, man.
tomorrow for a bit longer, so I'll get you guys a bit more. Well, have a good night. Catch whatever you want to catch, and I'll speak to you guys later.
All right, man. See ya.
Yeah.
Have a good night too.
Bye bye.
See you, dude. I want to catch a diamond salmon.
Ow.
I need to get 2 of them somehow.
I don't know where you'd catch them at. Oh. And I guess just lots of cast out, lots of fish. You just get lucky.
There he goes.
I just did. Ooh, got a bounty. Put in here. Decent. There we go, there's that one thing.
Ow.
The reputation's up to 65. I wanna go do that lure mission actually.
Yeah, it's like you have to find it, but it's right above the town, like the starting outpost. It's just up on the mountain kind of. Kind of a hike though. 22.
Find the lure. Doesn't say where it's at. Read the riddle and find the lure.
Yeah, I think it's like up on this stupid ass mountain.
I think it's the mountain at a time.
I'll try to run up there. It won't spawn for me, but I can kind of remember whereabouts it was.
I see it from here actually. Let me look at the picture again. Yeah, I see it. I got it. I haven't got it yet. I gotta drive up there, but let's do that. You look up on top of the mountain. Is it on the right hand side up there? Where that like cliff flattens out up there?
Yeah, there's a spot up there. It's just like right on a ledge.
Alright. Time to go on a hike.
I'm not really sure the best way to get up there from down here, because I went at it from like the wrong way, basically, when I did it.
Yeah.
Looks like Fishing King might be trying to go up to it.
Like buddy just sitting in the road.
Zach,
What's up?
you ever try fly fishing?
Mm-mm.
Ooh, you gotta get into it, man.
I want to, but no, I don't fish that much anymore.
That'd be cool
Yeah,
if
me
they
neither.
add it to this.
I know.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
what I
hoping
really
that was
wanted.
Oh, was in here.
I'm sure they will. Like
They
I
will
was,
though. This game's still in early development.
yeah, like what I was saying earlier. I started playing the Hunter when I think there was only like 1 or 2 reserves, and now there's like 14 reserves. So
Same here.
Damn.
I'm sure they'll add a lot to this. Plus they added like tree stands and tripods and fucking night vision and all sorts of weird shit to the Hunter. So I expect them to add
I gotta get
You
back
remember
in the
the
Hunter.
really cool shit.
Night vision.
You
Wait a
remember
minute.
the tree
What?
stand glitch? Remember the tree stand glitch on Hunter? Or did you never hear about that?
I don't know.
Basically,
Oh.
where, like you had a tree
Walk
stand,
around.
and, like you had a tree stand, and like you could walk around, and like you could walk almost up to animals, and they wouldn't be able to see you or hear you. It was broken.
I know with the tripod I was in, there's like an Africa reserve where you can hunt lions, and you pretty much have to have the tripod because they'll charge you. And fucking,
Yep.
you gotta be able to like quickly get in the damn little stand.
I got an albino lion on that game. Pretty cool. Oh,
Forgot about that. We shot a lot of cool stuff, Zach.
I know. That albino kudu too. Super sick.
Weren't you like?
That's the only one I've
Did it
ever
reset
seen.
your Great One progress?
Yeah, I think it did. Reset my diamond or great one whitetail progress. There's no more zones on my map. Unless when the game fully downloads, it'll be there. Me and this guy are just hiking up the side of a mountain right now.
Cool.
Is level 60 max in this game, Cartman?
There's no
I
level
thought it
cap,
was like Hunter.
from what I had heard anyway. I seen a guy that was 62 so far.
Interesting. They're like very high up here.
Yeah, this shit is steep. Wish I could climb this high
Glad
or
you're
this
walking
steep in real life.
Should be right up here. I didn't know you can go all the way up to the top of these mountains.
On the first map, there's a achievement to climb to the tallest peak in the map, and it's
Really?
pretty damn steep.
Wonder if there's one on this.
I don't think so.
Oh wow, look
Probably.
at the view, dude. Holy.
Oh, yeah. We're getting up
Crazy.
there. Shit.
Rocks are starting to be a little bit slippery. I think, hold on, let me look at the...
It might be on this next point above us, but I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Or we might have to
I
cut
guess we'll
over
see.
to the right here.
I think it is to the right. I thought I seen like a big plateau area over on the right. And I was down at bottom.
Yikes. Started
It
falling.
fell. There's no fall damage in this game.
Yeah, it might be this ledge over here.
Yeah, I see the ledge. That's the one. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I
Is
was
this
like,
the one? Maybe it's not.
I spawned in like at another waypoint way over above and ran down to it, but yeah, if you don't see the box, then it's got to be up above.
Thought it was here. Oh, let me look at the picture again. Yeah, it's definitely this place. Definitely right here. Maybe it's just hidden somewhere around. Let me get it again.
Do you have any other objectives? It didn't tell you had to talk to the shopkeeper or something first? Maybe?
Yeah, I talked to her. Now it says just find the lure. Okay, so there's a tree on the right there. Yeah, this is the right place. Maybe it's up the hill more?
I have seen like duplicate landmarks and shit, you know, like it's like they must have very similar assets or something for the level design. So you see like the same rocks and different stuff.
This is probably the tallest mountain in the map, isn't it? I don't even want the lure anymore. I just want to climb to the top of this thing.
I see the box.
Big. Are you on it right now?
Yep.
Alright. Oh, we were pretty close to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave this little star marker on it so I know where it's at from now on.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
It's a big drop there.
Yep, there it is. Boy.
Yeah.
Holy.
Doesn't let you go very far. There's another drop that's way higher. If you go, I don't know if you have it unlocked, but there's a fast travel that's like this troll nose. I'll show you on the stream.
Do you know how to turn... Do you know how to turn the... Hold on, let me pull up the stream again. Kinda clicked off it because I was hearing you twice, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I'm looking at your stream now, I see. Holy. Bigger rock.
Like, it is thousands of feet down, looks like. Need a wingsuit.
Dang.
Come off this.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like you can see the one lake way over in the distance. It's like where you can go, and then you can go way over there too. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's sick.
It does make
you know
you
where
climb,
it's...
like I'm
you know
looking.
if you could turn off your what's it called? Your HUD anyway?
Yeah, I think if you hit down on the D-pad.
Oh,
Zach.
On and off.
what's up?
There's a new donut operator video.
Interesting.
Oh,
What's it about?
country music star Zach Bryan threatens cops.
No
Interesting.
way. Zach Bryan? You're joking, right?
Zach Bryan. No, I'm dead ass, dude.
Zach Bryan? What?
Yeah.
No way.
Zach Bryan arrested. Crazy.
What? He got arrested?
Yeah.
There's no way.
I'm looking at it right now. It came out an hour ago.
What did he do?
I don't know. He's probably drunk or something.
He was like, "I'm Zach Bryan, god damn it."
You have to let me go. I mean, he threatened the cops, so let me mute myself and watch this.
I mean, if you threaten the cops, then you deserve that, I guess.
Yeah, there's some cool like hidden stuff on this map. It also has you go over here. This little
So do you know
cave.
that lake or that mountain on the very right hand side of the map that's like super tall? Can you climb up to the top of that with the snow on top of it?
No, it kind of starts putting you out of bounds if you go up.
And look at Snapchat, John. I'll show you the screenshots I just got. This view.
if you do, I think the lure mission does. Well, no, maybe it's not the lure. Something made me go in here. I can't remember what it was. Let me go in this cave.
Check out Snapchat, John. Look at that. Crazy. They made this game really good, especially graphics and everything.
This feels like a different game in this cave.
That's a really nice attention to detail. When you're sitting underneath the power lines, you could hear like the electricity running through the lines, just like real life. That's sick.
Yeah.
Did I add you to friends yet, Zombie? If I did or not.
I don't know.
Just sent you one this now.
Gotta add each other on Apex too, because then you can see each other's icon in like gold. It says friend not found, of course. I think if you go to Apex Connect, it might. No, it's not doing it. What the hell?
Xbox friends.
You kind of have to do it within the game. It's weird. For some reason, it's not working.
Yeah, I see.
Like you
How
can,
do I? What button do I press to bring up the the multiplayer menu to see you?
just go to map and then hit X and then right trigger.
There we go.
Then you
Friend
want to just
request.
click on the send request.
Friend request sent. Said friend request sent. Don't know if I get it or not though.
It did.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Hey John.
What's going on?
You want to hop on Siege in a little bit? I'm done fishing.
After this video, yeah. So he interfered with a traffic stop, and that's why he went to jail.
You play Siege, Cartman?
For like a couple minutes once. I didn't get
Not
into
your
it
game.
right away, right? And then basically I played it when it had been out for like 2 years or some shit, and everybody was accusing me of being a restart. And I was like getting team killed constantly because I didn't know what the fuck I was supposed to do with like anything. So we'd spawn in, you know, I'm fucking military trained, so I know how to clear rooms, I know how to pie corners, I know how to do some weird shit. So I looked like I knew how to play the game, but I didn't, right? So like I said, I'd get accused of being a restart, and just get team killed, and I'd get so pissed off at that, like, because I just needed help, like, tell me what to do, you know, I'll do it, but like I'd be standing there with the fucking barricade things, not knowing where to put them. I didn't know what like at all what I was supposed to do. So, and also it was like by the time I played, there were so many operators and so many different maps that I couldn't really, figure it out. Like I felt like I was just at a huge disadvantage that way. Like people would know where I was through weird holes in the walls that I would have had to die 1,000 times to learn all of them. And by then I was just like, yeah, I can't. But I wish I would have got into it when it was brand new and just kind of learned it along the way. But I was into zombies and other crap, so.
Yeah.
Served in the military?
Yeah, I was in the Marines. From fucking 2001 to 2005. I actually
After
enlisted
9/11?
on 9/11. Like I'm from Montana, so I just happened to be in the Butte, Montana MEP Center that morning trying to enlist. Had no idea there'd be a war or anything like that. You know, my little brother was already in the delayed entry program, so he was going to go. And then I had been out of high school for like a year, and I wasn't really doing shit with my life, so I was like, yeah, join the Marines. I had a few other reasons, you know, but it was like my brother pretty much called me out. He called me a piece of shit and was like, you've been out of high school for a year and you're not doing shit. I was like, well, what are you doing? And then he told me he was going to join the Marines, and I said I would, and he said I wouldn't. And so I called the recruiter right then and there, and that was in August of 01. And then, fucking my recruiter got me down to the MEP Center in September. And then, yeah, we had to, Montana's a big state, so we had to drive the day before, but we stayed in the hotel. We got up at like 4:30 in the morning, went into the MEPs, and I was doing a bunch of different stuff for my intake or whatever, and then I was sitting in the lounge watching TV with a bunch of other kids, and I was waiting to go upstairs and like finish doing some paperwork and take my physical and then swear in basically. And right there, as I was waiting to do all that, this guy come running into the lounge, and he said to change the channel. Something had happened in New York, so we flip it to the news, and right there on the TV, one of the fucking towers was burning, and then the other plane hit while we were watching, and it was like, oh fuck. And then all hell broke loose basically, and then it turned into a whole different thing. And then I went and finished doing all my shit and swearing in, and then my recruiter drove me home, and it was like a fucking 8-hour drive. So whole way home we're just listening to the radio about how we're going to war. And like I feel like my recruiter didn't even want to look at me, because it was just a whole different thing. Like we were not at a time of war at all before that, and so like the nature of my service and what I was going to experience was totally different from what was expected, and I mean, it really, you shouldn't expect any less than that being a fucking member of the military, but I mean, there's guys that'll serve through peacetime, and just not even know. So like when I went through boot camp and the School of Infantry, I only saw one guy the whole time that had a combat action ribbon, which is what you get if you're in combat, right? And fucking or you have to receive fire and return fire, I believe, to get the combat action ribbon. And fucking, so yeah, there was only one guy the whole time out of like thousands of Marines that I saw coming up through training. And then, we go to Iraq in 03 for the initial invasion, and within like a week, the whole unit had it. And we come back, fucking, it was like the whole Marine Corps had a combat action ribbon. When you come back from Iraq, everybody had, like, they made a sticker for the combat action ribbon, and it was like you could get a huge one, in your back window of your car, and everybody was all proud to have that because it was like one of the hardest ones. Like I said, we only saw one guy, so it was pretty awesome to have that. But I mean, you went through some shit to get it. But
thank you for your service, man.
Yeah, no problem, dude. I mean, it I mean, it was a big problem, but, you know, I think of it as my destiny, kind of like, you know, I just happened to be there, and it's where I was going to be, I think. But I don't know, maybe if I hadn't joined that day, I probably would have joined the next day or some shit, right? Because it was very convincing. Like, nowadays, I don't see it the same way. I really think that there was some shady shit that went on that day, and it is what it is, but, you know.
Yeah. I'm thinking about joining the Marines, so, but I'm not quite sure yet. Still 16, so, yeah.
I would encourage you to look at your options, man.
Not a city cop.
Yeah,
When you
what
take-
I'm trying to do is look at my options first.
When you take the ASVAB, you know, like the test that you have to take to join the military, you'll probably take it if you're not a junior in high school yet, but I think that's when I took it, was my junior year. And then that's when, after you take that, the recruiters will start talking to you a bit, because they'll know what your scores are, if you qualify anyway. And then, like, if you have really good scores, they won't leave you the fuck alone, probably. But they'll want you to enlist, you know. And then if you're gonna, like I said, when you take the ASVAB, there's like several different scores within the test that you get, and each one kind of determines what jobs you qualify for. See, I scored high enough on the ASVAB to do anything in the enlisted Marine Corps. I could have fucking been sitting there working on thermal sights and shit, but instead, you know, because 9/11 happened that day, I went upstairs. This master sergeant talked me into switching. I was going to go intel. My plan was to go intelligence. I was going to try to do a couple of years of Marine intelligence, and then maybe try to go to counter intel, and then maybe try to work my way into, like, you know, the CIA or something. I wanted to be a spy. That's honestly what I wanted to be. And fucking, but yeah, fucking, I can't remember where I was going with that. I wasn't going to make it. But yeah, when you take the ASVAB, dude.
Join yet or not.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. So yeah, I was going to go intel, and I ended up just going infantry, which was a horrible fucking mistake, you know. I mean, they do need a lot of smart guys in the infantry, and you will run into a lot of smart guys in the infantry, but you also have most of the dumbasses in the infantry, unfortunately. And fucking, because it's like, it's a very low qualifying job. Like, you can score on the ASVAB, it's kind of like percentile. So it's like, you can get like a 31 and fucking go in the infantry. The only job that's lower qualified is being a welder. Like, if anybody admits to being a welder in the military, they were probably not very smart. Unless they actually really loved welding and they just went in for that, then maybe. But most guys, they'll fail their job and end up getting placed into welding because it's just fucking easy and for, you know, anyone, basically. But yeah, what you want to do...
I kind of wanted to get a job, like, outside of the military with welding, but I don't know if I want to sit there for 8 hours a day welding. A lot of welding.
Pays a lot, though.
Yeah, some welding jobs.
A lot of welding, too.
Yeah, Scottman, a 31.
Probably get bored sitting there for 8 hours.
But what you got to do is like find a techie job. You know, there was these guys in the Marine Corps that worked on in the unit I was in, we had thermal sights on our vehicles that, you know, were pretty awesome. And there was guys in the Marines that it was their job to maintain and fix those sights. And one of the guys at our unit told me that he had a buddy that was a reservist. So he was in the Marine Reserves. He was stationed in California. He'd got the same training as he did, right, to be a sight tech. But, you know, instead of having to do active duty Marine time, he was using his military training for a civilian job, which was working at Gillette, working on the lasers they used to cut out the blades. And he's making like over $100,000 a year. This was back in like 2004. You know, this guy was telling me this shit. And I'm like, dude, so the guy basically, after being in the military for a year, because that's how long it takes for your school to be that sight tech, you're going to work making $100,000 a year. You're a Marine, so you got that going for you. Like, there are some really badass jobs within the military that, if you know what you're looking for, you know, they'll set you up for life, basically, and you'll have a really good future. Like, you could get into aviation, maintenance, or there's a lot of different stuff that, you know, you'd have a job at, like, any major airport once you got out of the military. Like, you go infantry, you're pretty limited. You're going to be a cop, or maybe you could go to work for, like, Blackwater if you're real crazy. But there's not much you can do coming out of the military, and then with an infantry background. I mean, there's not a big demand for killing people outside of the military, unfortunately. So, you know, you're kind of fucked. And then it does not translate. Yeah, right. It does not translate very well to being a cop either. Like, I tried to go into law enforcement straight away from getting out of the Marines. I went to work at a big sheriff's office in Texas, and because I was good at my job and, you know, whatever, they fucking were fast tracking me. You know, I made it into booking. So we had to go up against each other for like a board kind of to get to have the booking job. I'd been there for 7 months when I got that job, and I was put up against guys that had been at the department for like 6 years. And they're pissed off, you know, the looks you get from a guy who's been there for 6 years when you've been there for 7 months, and you get his fucking job. And then from booking, it's just like a stepping stone straight into a deputy spot. The booking officers end up getting all the training on, like, adding charges and the penal code and all the shit. So when they go to pick who they want to put up for a board to be a deputy, they pretty much start with the booking officers. So I was, you know, on my way to be an actual cop, but I could tell, like, even in my first couple of years coming out of the service, I could tell I was kind of fucked up and too aggressive, you know. And I do see that on the streets these days. Unfortunately, we do have some cops that are, you know, they'd be great in a SWAT situation, but they end up in a, you know, a more civil situation, yeah, and they end up shooting someone. And again, they're justified to do it, but it's like, you know, they're a little too quick to do it, where, you know, it might be great, you know, in certain scenarios, but it's like, we need to show a little bit more restraint. Like, I you know, we were supposed to have, and we did have, some pretty strict rules of engagement in Iraq, to where, you know, in some of these police instances, I've seen them treating our own citizens worse than we treated the Iraqi people. It's like, the fuck are you guys doing? You know, but it's just, you get that fucking, some of us, you know, come out of there. Like, I had a buddy, he did a couple tours in the Marines, and they got out and went straight to work for Blackwater, and he was pretty morbid with it, you know. He, like, I talked to him on the phone, and I was like, man, you need to maybe get out of that shit, because I could tell it was fucking with his head. And he's like, oh, come on, man, everybody needs some killing. And I was just like, God damn, dude, you're too far gone.
Blackwater's like a...
They're like a mercenary group. Yeah.
Oh, so like basically like a PMC group, yeah?
Yeah, kind of. They were really, like, at first they weren't doing much in Iraq, but then they were, like, going crazy, dude. Like, there was some videos in the early days of YouTube of, like, Blackwater snipers inserting onto rooftops in Iraq and just sitting there killing like 100 people. It was fucking nuts.
Dang.
But they were good. I mean, they, you know, it was like some of the best guys, because, you know, you're in the Marine Corps, you're making like fucking $3,000 a month to be over there. And then these guys for Blackwater were making like $5,000 a day to be over there.
Damn. Holy.
So there's a lot of guys in the military who were like, as soon as I get the fuck out, I'm going to Blackwater, because that's where you make the real money. Plus you get better equipment. Like, you don't have the fucking rank structure and bullshit of the military. Like, you know, we had a lot of stupid shit we had to do, because we have our own little weird customs and courtesies and stupid shit. Like, you know, we have to fucking maintain our uniforms to a certain standard, even when we're in the desert, and it's really hard to do, and it's frustrating. And you got higher ups that, you know, because they're not doing shit. It's easy for them to keep their fucking uniform all clean and their boots shined or some shit. Like, we're over in Iraq in 03 getting yelled at because of the shine on our boots. Like, I seen a corporal fucking pull out his little book and write in there, he's like, pressed camis and shiny boots don't stop bullets. And he wrote it down, and then I wrote it down. I was like, I need to write that down as a good quote, because it was just some of the dumb shit. Like, I watched this fucking sergeant. In the Marines, you have to blouse your boots, so you got to take the bottom of your pants, and you have this special fucking rubber band that you have to wear around your boots, or around your leg, kind of. It's called a boot band, and it's like this weird braided elastic band that has two hooks on the end, or on each end, you know, one on each end, and you put it around your leg and then hook it together. And then you take your camis and you kind of cuff them up under that band, and it makes it look like your camis are kind of like shoved into your boots. And it's just called blousing your boots, you know. And like, when we were over in Iraq, a lot of the guys were just wearing their camis straight down to their ankles, you know, and not really wanting to do all that, I guess. You know, it's just, there's so much else to worry about other than your fucking pants. But like, I saw this, it was like a master sergeant pretty much just lock on, you know, he's like about to fight a sergeant over this shit. And the other thing was, the sergeant was stop lost, so it was like, there was guys going into Iraq in 03 that were about to get out of the Marine Corps, but if a war happens and you're like on the day of your EAS, which is when you get out, they can just say, nah, you know, because you sign up for 4 years active, 4 years inactive. So technically you're on the clock for 8 years. So you hit your 4-year mark thinking you're going to be done. And these guys literally were told, no, you're coming with us. And they got, you know, sent to Iraq. They're like, you know, months past their date that they were supposed to be out sitting in Iraq, hoping not to freaking die. You know, and that's what it was. Like, some of these guys, well, the one guy I seen, he was a sergeant, and he was supposed to be able to go be a drill instructor, but right before he got to go do that, his unit got sent to Afghanistan. So he did a deployment in Afghanistan, and then when they were on their way back from Afghanistan, they were sent straight into Kuwait. They didn't even get to come home. So these guys were already out for like 7 months, and then they were in Iraq for another like 5-6 months. And that's when I seen that sergeant, like, basically just telling it was like a master sergeant, he was telling him just to fuck off, basically, because he didn't care about his pants. And I think he was done with his whole career, you know. He knew, like, he had done re-enlisted for 4 years so he could go to drill instructor, and he had done 2 of it on deployment already, so he was gonna have to like re-enlist again just to go. And it had already kind of fucked his career up, because some of that shit you're supposed to do in like a really timely fashion. Like, when you're trying to go career in the Marine Corps, you do your first 4, and then you're supposed to go do what's called your B billet, like right away, which is either being a drill instructor, being Marine security guard, which is embassy duty, or you can be a recruiter. And that's why the recruiters lie, by the way, because when you're a recruiter, it's this whole fucking secondary job where, you know, you have to get a certain amount of people in the Marine Corps or in the military that each month, and if you don't meet your quota month to month, then your command gives you like bad fitness reports, and your career goes to shit. Like, if you end up in a bad part of the country and you don't get a lot of kids to join, your career can be over in the Marine Corps. Or if you end up in a really good spot and you get a whole bunch of people to join, you get really good fitness reports, you end up getting fast tracked, like you get promoted super early. And so being a recruiter can like make or break your career. It's kind of like a high risk, high reward job, because it could destroy your career. And then drill instructor also is pretty brutal, because, you know, you basically go through a boot camp to become a drill instructor. And then once you're a drill instructor, they say that those guys work 120 hours a week. And it's no bullshit, because you're seeing them the whole time you're in boot camp. You know they're there, so it's pretty obvious. And the divorce rate among drill instructors is like 80% or some shit.
Damn.
It's pretty rough. And the amount of pussy that you get as a DI is insane, I'm sure. Like every class that you teach, you know, the drill instructors are like, whose families coming to see them at graduation? And they're asking about moms and fucking all this shit. And I guarantee they get with a few of them on Visitors Thursday, because it's like, you know, you get a day to kind of hang out with your family right before the graduation day, and it's like you introduce them to your drill instructors and shit. Nobody showed up for mine. That's always been kind of a funny thing. I can just mention that to my wife and she'll almost start crying because she feels bad for me, because when I graduated boot camp, my family couldn't afford to get down there to California or anything, so I was just all alone. She hates hearing about it, you know. It's funny. I was just glad to be out of there, though. You know, it's like, let's get the fuck out of here. You do the graduation ceremony, and they're like, dismissed. And then you pretty much pick up your sea bag and your shit and run down the fucking parking lot there to the taxis and just get the fuck out of there, because you don't want them
out of this shit.
Yeah, you're afraid they'll change their fucking mind on you or some shit, you know? Like, they told us a story about a kid who hooked up with his girlfriend on Visitors Thursday. Like, he took her off into some bushes and was kissing her, and I think maybe they were doing a little bit more than that, but he got caught doing that on Visitors Thursday, and they recycled him back to training day 1. So he had to tell his family to come back in 3 months, and he was going to graduate then.
Dang.
It's pretty brutal. We had a kid in my platoon. His name was Rush. His last name, that's all I ever knew. But at like a month into boot camp, his fucking wife back home had like rolled over on their baby and suffocated it in its sleep. And he, you know, so he was given like this Red Cross message, and we all saw him crying. We're like, what the fuck? And then the drill instructors told him he could go home, because if you have like a death in your immediate family, you can leave. But he was not wanting to go because he would have to start training over again. And it's like, once you start boot camp, you're with all these guys, and you kind of want to graduate with your guys, because it's like you start building a bit of a brotherhood with them right away, right? And so he just wanted to stay in boot camp and be with us. And then like 2 weeks later, he got another one. His fucking wife had killed herself. And it was the same thing. He was offered to go home, and at that point he was just like, man, I don't have nothing to go home to. So he just stayed. And then we had a couple guys like late in boot camp that tried to quit, and that's when we found out about Rush, because there was one guy that was like, he was gonna quit, you know. And when you say you're gonna quit, they'll move your shit, like your whole bunk, everything, up to the like the front of the squad bay where like everybody can look at you. And they actually have you sit in front of this mirror where you sit there and look at yourself for like the rest of the day. And then the drill instructors would walk by this guy and ask him, like, is this what you want to do? You want to go home and tell your family that you're a failure, you know, and all this shit. And then the one, he ended up asking Rush if he could tell his story. And so Rush was like, yeah, go ahead. And so he told us all, you know, what was going on with Rush. And that guy that was about to quit took his shit and went back online. He felt like an idiot, because I think he was just homesick, you know, but Rush was like fucking dying inside.
Poor guy.
Still haven't caught the
good stories,
gold rank green sunfish. I'm just reading chat.
Back to fishing.
Yeah, I do have some crazy stories, dude.
What is that?
What?
What about like dishonorable discharge? Is that like when you just leave the military under no circumstances?
I mean, you have to do certain things to get it. Like if you smoke weed and pop positive for the piss test, they'll try to kick you out for that. We had a guy in our unit. His name was Ross, and right before we went to Iraq in 03, he had failed a piss test, and they were gonna kick him out. And then the war was starting to happen, right? And they offered him a chance. Basically, they were like, you know, you come with us on this deployment, and you'll get. It was like there's different discharges, so you can have honorable, which is what everybody really wants, the honorable discharge. That means you did right, and that's what I ended up with. And then there's like a other than honorable, which is you could get that for a variety of reasons. I think had Ross done what he was supposed to do, that's what he was going to get. Then there's also a bad conduct discharge. It's called the BCD. It's like the big chicken dinner or something, you know. There's a bunch of stupid names for it. I think you got that one for maybe like fighting, like if you fought a higher up and got kicked out for that or something, you know. It was like certain things were considered bad conduct. And then dishonorable discharge is basically a felony on your record, and you don't want that. You know, if you go in the military and go AWOL and don't come back, or you know, there's a few things you could do to get the dishonorable discharge. And there's also a chance that you can spend your contract in Leavenworth. You know, you sign up for, like I said, 8 years, right? Well, if you do something really fucking stupid, like try to shoot somebody in boot camp, or maybe actually shoot somebody in boot camp, your ass will go to Leavenworth. And that is a prison boot camp. It's like you are in boot camp and a prison for the rest of the time, and it's hard labor. Like I'm pretty sure they're making big rocks into little rocks. You know, it's not good. It's like you do not want to go there. And so that's one of the main motivations. Like a lot of people say they couldn't go to boot camp because they'd swing on a drill instructor, and I mean, a lot of it is just knowing that you'll go to jail. That'll keep you from doing it. And also, you're almost never going to be in a scenario where it's just one DI in your face. It's like 4, you know, and they're all wanting a response at the same time. They're all fucking screaming at you louder than you've ever been screamed at before. And it's so, like, much of a shock, and it's hard to deal with at first. You know, you really have a hard time, like, even responding to any of them. But eventually you get to where you can process it. Yeah, you know, and that's what it's meant to be. It's like every single thing in boot camp, whether it's, you know, some stupid ass shit or what you think it is, but really it's got a purpose. Like when we'd go to like the base theater to do classes and stuff, and there's these big rooms where they have all these auditorium style seats, and it's like, you know, when you go to a movie theater, you'll see this shit with civilians where they'll go walk down the movie row or the seat row, and they'll be like, oh, I like this seat, I'm gonna sit here. That shit ain't allowed. Like, you have to do this thing called cover down, where if there's a seat available at the end, you walk your ass all the way down, sit down, and then the next guy sits with you, and you think, like, okay, yeah, we're being picky about the seats and stuff, right? But really, it translates to combat, because if there was like a ditch or something that you needed to get into, once you're in there behind cover, you better go all the way to the fucking back so the rest of your guys can get in there too. And it just, you know, you don't think about it in training or whatever. And a lot of it's the marching as well. Like, you know, that's one thing. If you can have somebody teach you how to march, like if you're going to go in the Marines especially, tell your recruiter or anybody that was in to teach you some shit about marching, because that will put you light years ahead of your fucking peers and shit. Like, that's so hard to learn at first. And it's like, when you get to boot camp, they're looking at how you march right away, and if you look like you know what you're doing, they put you up front as like a squad leader, and then you get meritorious PFC, and it's actually like a pretty good thing.
It's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, the Marines is pretty nuts, man.
It's interesting.
Like my unit, we went 52 days without a shower in Iraq in 03 for the initial invasion. It was just fucking gross.
Nasty.
You know, I was wearing a mop suit for the first 30 days. It's like MOPP. I don't remember what it exactly stands for, but it's like a charcoal lined suit that's meant to keep you safe in a NBC environment. You know, like you could be living in a cloud of VX nerve gas for 24 hours with that shit on, with everything on.
Really?
But you have to be like clean shaven so that your mask gets a proper seal. Like that's why, you know, in boot camp you have to sit there and shave like against the grain and shit, and basically every day of your life in the Marine Corps you'll shave. That's why my beard is fucking tremendous, because I shave so much. But you know, but yeah, when you are in MOP 4 is what it's called, when you have all the like the gloves, the boots, you have like a hood for your shit that's all pulled up and cinched down, everything, you're supposed to be good for 24 hours. But yeah, it's fucking nuts. It's really hot, you know, obviously, because it's charcoal lined. It doesn't breathe at all. And like I said, the first 30 days, which I think when we invaded it was March, so it wasn't too hot, but it was pretty goddamn hot. Like it started getting hot quick, you know.
Yeah.
Like I wore the same. We wear like a green undershirt for our uniforms. I wore that same green shirt the whole time that first 30 days, because we didn't have laundry. You know, I brought like 20 pairs of socks with me over there. I'd wear a pair of socks for about 2 weeks and then throw them away because they were just useless. And so after like 2 days of wearing a pair of socks, you know, I'd take them off at night and I'd put them over my boots to let them dry, and in the morning the sock would stiffen up to the shape of my foot and be sitting there like sticking straight out, like there was a foot in it. And I'd pick that sock up and I'd put it on and it'd be all crispy dry, you know. And then I'd put my boot on, and after about like 5 minutes of walking around, it felt like I was walking in about a half inch of bubble gum inside my boot. Like it was just this nasty fucked feeling. And then it was just like that, you know, until I would throw that pair away and then put on a fresh pair, and then I'd have that fresh pair feel for that day, and then that was it, you know. And then, like I said, I had the same green t-shirt on, and after 30 days I took my mop suit top off, because we were basically rolling around the desert in like mop, I don't remember if it was 2 or 3, but we're wearing like almost the full mop suit. And then at random the whole time we would get or it was like gas drills, right? So somebody in our command would just yell gas, 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 and by training they tell you have like 7 seconds to get your mask on before you're dead, you know, if you hear that call. So
Dang.
You're like frantically trying to find your mask. I remember one night we got gas called on us, and it was just a drill again, but nobody knows that when it's happening. And we had reporters in our unit that were, you know, embedded with us, so they're civilians, but they're out there wearing similar shit. And this one guy, he could not find his gas mask, and he was losing his motherfucking mind. Like, I know that guy got PTSD that night from not being able to find his gas mask while we were fucking, you know, having this drill go on, because I could tell by how he was freaking out. But yeah, it was fucking crazy. And yeah, but yeah, anyway, when I took my green shirt off after 30 days, it was fucking brown. It was like a desert tan brown, you know, like it literally had lost all the green. It was so crazy.
Crazy.
Disgusted.
No, Scottman, like I was saying earlier, my first deployment, I was a Lance Corporal, so I was making like less than $3,000 a month to be over there, which is nuts. That's how much you're being paid to die, you know.
That's crazy.
You would think it was a hell of a lot more, and you would think with the amount of money our military spends, we would have had better shit too. Like in 03,
I was just about to say that.
Yeah, in 03 when we went over, my rifle that I had was an M16A2, which is from the Vietnam era, man. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe it myself. Like, I mean, I had one in boot camp, and I thought, you know, this is going to be training. This will be it.
Yeah, just,
and then
just boot camp rifle.
yeah, and then when you get to the fleet, it's like, yeah, we'll probably have some A4s or maybe even M4s because I was on a vehicle, so we needed something kind of compact. No, here's an M16A2.
You could sell an original M16. You can get a pretty decent service rifle.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that frustrates me about it is like there is literally bulletproof jackets. Like you can buy a coat that is somewhat bullet and shrapnel resistant. Our shit wasn't. You know, you get to boot camp, you're making like $1,000 a month when you first get in the military. They issue you roughly $1,500 worth of uniforms when you first get to boot camp, and so you don't actually get a paycheck for like the first month and a half. You are in debt to the military because they charge you for that $1,500. So you buy all this fucking fresh shit, and then, you know, is it fireproof in any way? Nah. Is it fucking shrapnel proof in any way? Nah. It's just shit. You know, you get awarded a medal, and they give you like the shitty $15 version of it. And then when you want to wear like the good one for any ceremonies or anything, you have to go buy it again, and it's like $40. Like, it's just insane. Like, I never did get the NCO sword in the military or in the Marines. Like, as a corporal, you rate to carry an NCO sword, but it has to be like fitted to your height and everything. They cost like $400, so I never got one because on a corporal's pay, there's no way I could afford that shit.
Yeah.
Nah.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
Do they at least give you free food? You have to buy all your.
Oh yeah, food was free, and that was actually kind of cool. You know, well, in boot camp I was a diet, so I showed up kind of, you know, overweight, so I was kind of starved through boot camp, but that was my dumbass fault, you know, for being fat. But once you get to the fleet, you know, it's like each unit almost has their own like chow hall, you know, where you go to eat, and it's like we had breakfast, so you could just run down there, and they had a lot of different variety to choose from. And then same thing with lunch, and lunches were badass when I was in, like, at least when we were stateside, you know, we'd get off for lunch at 11 and have to be back at work at 1, so you get 2 hours for lunch. So we'd be able to go up to the barracks, like go get lunch, come back to the barracks, eat it, pass out for like an hour, you know, take a good nap, and then come back down and work for the rest of the day. Or sometimes we'd be up there playing fucking PS2, or I think everybody had a portable DVD player, so there was a lot of Family Guy and fucking porn being watched in the fucking barracks and shit. But, I mean, it's a crazy place, you know. It's a weird lifestyle like that. Like I don't know, everybody's just kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Like
Definitely
there was
an interesting experience, it sounds like.
Yeah, it was like the early days of airsoft. You know, it was like when airsoft was first a thing. So you'd be sitting in your room, minding your own fucking business, and all of a sudden the room's getting cleared, you know, and you're dead because you're just getting lit up with a fucking airsoft. It's like, yeah, I'm fucking dead. Ah. Oh, we had field days too. It's like every Thursday we'd have to clean the fucking room to like a stupid level. So you have a little mini fridge in your room that you basically can't use, because every Thursday night you have to unplug it and let it completely thaw, because if they open it up on Friday morning and there's any ice crystals in the freezer, you fail the whole inspection. So, you know, you pretty much just, I mean, you can have some shit in it for a couple days, but then come Thursday, you know, you can't have shit. And then we had an inspection shower curtain. So on Thursday night, we would take our shower curtain that we actually used off the rack or off the thing, and then we would put a brand new one up. And no one's allowed to shower when the inspection shower curtain's up, because it'll get wet and soap scummy and nasty. And its whole purpose is so that when the company gunny walks in on Friday morning and does his inspection, he'll walk right in there and slick his hand down that shower curtain, and if it feels any kind of soap scum or anything, you fail. So the only way to pass it is to like either scrub the hell out of a dirty one that's been used by 3 other of your roommates, or hang up a brand new one. So that's what we would do. And yeah, there was a bunch of just stupid ass shit like that we'd have to do. You know, every fucking Thursday we had field day. So you would have to take like literally everything out of the fucking room. You take your beds, the rug on the floor at the very bottom comes up. Like, everything goes out onto the fucking little catwalk there, and then you like dust it all down, and then you clean the whole room inside, and then move everything back in there. Like, I had a corporal come in one night, and he took the light bulb out of my lamp and stuck his goddamn finger in the socket where the light bulb goes and found dust and failed me.
No way.
Yeah. And when they fail you, dude, they say start over, basically. And so you have to do everything again as if it wasn't cleaned. So you're moving all the shit back out, redoing all the shit that you just did. You know, it takes like another 2 hours. Like, it's fucked up. Or we do gear inspections, you know, where we would be going somewhere for training, and they would give us a gear list. They'd say, here's 100 things that have to be in your backpack for this fucking training op. And then we would have to lay all that shit out on like a fucking poncho, and we'd have to lay it all out identical. So, you know, one of us would pick a layout for all the different gear, and then the rest of us would have to go to that person's room, look at the, you know, this is before camera phones, so we'd have to look at it, go back to our room, lay our shit out, go back to their room, look at it some more, you know, and this would go on like most of the night. And then like we had one where one of our guys was kind of a piece of shit, so he wasn't passing the gear inspection, and like one of the corporals was getting pissed off, and so he took all that guy's stuff and threw it out the door of the room, and we're up on the 3rd floor, so his shit's flying out the room, going over the fucking railing down to the ground. And then the corporal was like, fuck it, we'll do gear inspection down there. So then we all 5 of us who are not even involved with this shit have to put our shit down there, because that's something you find in the military too. It's like when you get, like, when one person fucks up, you suffer as a group. You know, and so that's you hate it, you know, but it kind of makes you bond with each other, I guess, and it makes the guys who are shit like have to fix themselves, because, you know, everybody's looking at them like, what the fuck? Because it's always the same guy usually fucking up, just like on fucking Full Metal Jacket. You know, you got like a private pile situation. It's not that bad once you're in the fleet, but, you know, there's usually somebody who's just kind of dumb or struggling with shit.
I've always wondered, how far did they make you run in boot camp, like on the drills?
Boot camp wasn't too bad. Like the longest we ran in boot camp, I think, was 4 miles, which was right at the very end, and it's like a moto run. So you're so excited to graduate, you don't even know that you ran 4 miles. It's nothing. And then, you know, when you first get there,
hundreds of pounds of gear on too.
Well, kind of. Like when you first get, like when you do boot camp, you know, you do the initial strength test right away, and it's like a 1.5 mile run that's timed, and that's like the furthest you run at first. And then seriously, for the first couple weeks, they're building you up, so you're only running like a mile or 2 for PT, and then I think after like a month you do your initial PFT, and that's where you run your first 3 mile run. And because you're, at least this is how it was 20 years ago. It's probably changed, but back then we would have to run 3 miles for the physical fitness test, and, you know, then after that, 3 miles was kind of like the standard for us to run when we do PT. But the drill instructors, dude, I remember Sergeant Rodriguez running next to us one time. He was like looking at us, and we must have been looking sad and just like we were struggling, you know. And then he's like, "You motherfuckers, I'm getting out of shape running with you bitches." And he was. And I know he was, because when I got to the fleet, shit got so much harder, because it's like boot camp, you're basically running in like tennis shoes and shorts. And then you get to SOI, which is School of Infantry. That's when you start doing like full-on rucksack runs, where you've got like a rucksack with like 40 pounds. You might have a fucking 249 that weighs 22 pounds in your hand. And then you're wearing boots, cami bottoms, and you're running with all that on. And then like in SOI, you also start doing your hikes. So it's like, well, no, in boot camp you do a couple of hikes as well, but they're not that bad. But you know, and you also do the Crucible and the Reaper if you're on the West Coast, which is like this mountain that you have to climb, which is pretty fucked up. But like you watch a 4-wheel drive truck drive up this road and it barely makes it, and then you go walk up the fucker, and it's like you can reach out and touch the road in front of you as you're walking up it. It's that goddamn steep, and you've got all your shit, you know, you're walking in formation, so you got a guy right in front of you, and if you don't stay in step with him, you can't stay close enough to him, so you have to stay in perfect step as you're marching, which really means, you know, maintaining your air and being able to like breathe, and you know, you have to be in fairly good shape to keep up with everybody. And like we had one guy coming up the mountain, he was starting to fall back and he was right in front of me, and so I just stuck my hand out and put my hand in his back. He looked back at first like what the fuck, but I was like just go, man. And so I just pushed him, and I pushed him up that fucking mountain. And then when you get to the top, you think you're done, and it's like this big sigh of relief, but then it's like 5 miles back to the goddamn house. And on the way back, if you fall out there, you can fail out too. And we had another guy, he was like right on line with me in the squad bay. His name was Cadwell. I barely knew him. That's all I knew of him, that was his name. But and he was also going for data systems, because we would have to say what we were trying to go in for. But he was, as we were heading back to the house, he was falling out, and the drill instructor started yelling at him, and I grabbed him. Like, I actually reached back and grabbed a hold of his pack that way and drug him that way, because I was in really good shape for boot camp. I was running on my own before I went to boot camp. I'd run a mile in the morning and then a mile at night. So, I mean, it wasn't much, but it was enough that I was slightly ahead of the curve, I think. So,
Built up endurance.
yeah, boot camp was a breeze for me. It was just the time. It felt like it was my entire fucking life. Like, you literally feel like you were born there, and you know, you just grow up there and become a Marine. You know, when you first get there, for the first week, they embarrass the fuck out of you. Like, you're not allowed to button the fly of your pants. Your pants are button fly too, so you get to button the top button, but your shit's all hanging out, you know. And then fucking, like, you're not allowed to tie your shoes right. Like, you just look like a dumbass. And I don't know, they just break you down physically, mentally, like everything. And then slowly you're brought back up. But it seriously, dude, the time, it just feels like your whole life, you know. It's 13 weeks, and I did mine in San Diego, so the MCRD in San Diego is right next door to the airport, which is it's a big mind fuck, because the whole time you're watching planes like take off and land, and you just think that's somebody going home, you know, and you just want to go home so fucking bad. It's hell. Like, I don't know, that's how I was, like, just homesick as a motherfucker. And I was stranger in a strange land too, because I was from, you know, rural Montana, and they send you down to like downtown San Diego for this shit. So, like, even if you thought you could escape, you're in the middle of a fucking urban jungle, man. There's no getting out of there. It's fucked. Yeah. But I don't know, I really kind of enjoyed it. I thought the drill instructors were really funny. A lot of what they say is hilarious. That can be a real challenge, just not laughing. Like, you know, because if you bust out laughing or something, you'll get smoked. A drill instructor will come over and grab you and fuck you up. And when I say smoked, it's like when you first get to boot camp, this doesn't happen to you. You don't get any IT. It's called incentive training. But then it's like when you finally, well, after a week, you actually go to your drill instructors, like your real drill instructors, and you get what's called the IT brief, and like this lieutenant tells you how that's going to go, and he says that they'll only do it for 15 minutes at a time, which is a lie. And then that's pretty much that. And then he leaves, and you never see him again. And fucking then you just start getting hazed, you know, and it's like I said, it's only supposed to be 15 minutes, but it'll literally go for like an hour, where the drill instructor will, you know, if you do anything wrong, you could be at lunch or some shit and you eat too much food from your tray, right? And they bring you outside and they'll say, empty your pockets, bitch, and then you fucking throw everything on the ground, and then they'll be like, push-ups right now, and you gotta say, push-ups, aye sir, and then you fucking drop down, you start doing push-ups, and you're doing push-ups, and then he's like, crunches right now, and you gotta jump up to the position of attention, yell, crunches, aye sir, and then you gotta drop down and start doing crunches. And then like he will run you through every exercise he can think of at a breakneck pace. And like if he says crunches right now, you have to come up and say crunches, aye sir. But if he just says like he'll just say mountain climbers, and then you're supposed to just say it like while you're doing it. And like if you've ever seen somebody get IT'd, it's fucking insane. Like imagine a fitness program where, you know, you were just flopped around on the ground like a fish out of water, because that's what it is. It's mountain climbers right now, and then you're mountain climbing and you're just fucking dying, and then he's like, run in place, and you jump up and you're running in place and you got your hands straight out, and he's like, war cry, and then you fucking scream a bit, and then it's push-ups and then crunches, and you just keep rotating through this shit, and eventually you're looking at a pile of sweat underneath you, like you're doing push-ups out of your fucking pool of sweat, you know, and it's just like, god damn, just getting fucking done. Like they'll tell you too, you lose more weight right there in that one little patch of the squad bay. It's called the quarter deck, where they do all this to you. You get in better shape right there on the quarter deck than anywhere in boot camp, because you spend a lot of time, like everybody gets smoked. Fucking Sundays are really bad for it. Like Sundays is when you do field day in boot camp, so you clean the whole squad bay pretty much all day, and then throughout the cleaning you're taking turns just getting hazed. It's fucking nuts.
You still trying to go
Pretty crazy.
Them?
What?
You caught one yet?
I'm just
diamond salmon yet?
no, I'm over here. I think they stopped biting or something because it's like getting dark, but I'm just jumping around on rooftops and telling fucking stories. What's up, Martini?
I ran across the entire starter bay. I ran all the way around it. He was listening to your stories.
Yeah, the Marine Corps was initially like a defense force for the Navy, basically, in the early days. We were meant to be like up in the riggings of ships, shooting down at people, and like they like, you know, having sharpshooters up there. Like the Marine Corps officers to this day, their hats have a thing on the top called a quatrefoil, which is like a special Celtic knot, and it's just a traditional thing. Basically, it goes back to those days. The officers on like the Navy ships back then would sew a quatrefoil on the top of their hat so that the Marine snipers in the riggings wouldn't shoot them, because they could identify the friend or foe off of looking at that knot on the top of their hat. There's a bunch of weird shit like that. Yeah. Like in the Marines, once you pick up corporal, like E4, you get the blood stripe sewn on your blue trousers, and it's just like this red stripe that goes down your pant leg. And that's why you'll see guys like E3 and under, they don't have it, but E4 and above, you get the blood stripe. And it's all because of this one battle during I think it was during the Spanish-American War. There was like Marine NCOs ended up just like decimating this unit of the Mexican army. And when they did, there was a U.S. Army cavalry unit there that got like fucked up by the Mexicans, and they fled and dropped all their swords, and the Marine NCOs that were there picked up the Army cavalry swords and used them to win the battle. And after that, the Army's officer sword became the Marine NCO sword, and then I think the Army had to adopt a new sword for their officers, and that's why Marine NCOs are rated to carry a sword. And I think we're like the only unit or the only branch that lets enlisted carry a sword like that. And then
You carry swords.
Very
you
cool.
have to carry swords around.
no, you don't actually carry it. That's the thing. Like I said, I never even got one. You only would carry it for, like, if you were wearing your dress
Ceremonial?
blues. Yeah, it's a ceremonial thing. So, and the sword itself is very ceremonial. It's basically a fucking giant butter knife. You know, you might be able to stab somebody with it, but you wouldn't want to, and it wouldn't slash them in any way. But yeah, we don't. There's no call for swords on the battlefield like that. Maybe if it was, back then, I think they might have carried them into battle. And then the whole leather
probably.
neck thing, it's like during that same battle, the Marines that were there, they were tying like these big straps of leather around their neck so that they couldn't get their heads cut off. And that's why we're called leather necks. And then on the dress blue uniform, you have like the neck piece of it is solid, and it kind of sucks, honestly, because it's all fitted to your neck. So when you clip it together with this clip thing in the middle, it's pretty damn tight, and you can almost not turn your head. Like, you kind of have to turn like Batman and shit, and fucking it's just, yeah, it's all part of the tradition of having that leather strap around our necks, I guess. Like, they just do a bunch of shit. James Steele, he served in the Navy from 87 to 95. Nice, dude. Yeah, I have 7 months sea time. So for the 4 years I was in, 7 months of it was spent on board of a naval ship, which was pretty fucking awful. I didn't like it. I would have preferred to be anywhere other than a naval ship, but they're very crowded. There's a hell of a lot of people. It's fucking gross. Like 5 times a day they come over the intercom and tell all the sailors to sweep their area. And you watch them. They sweep up a full dustpan of dust, and you're like, where'd the dirt come from? We're 1,000 miles out at sea. Oh yeah, it's all dead skin. Every bit of it. It's so nasty, man, but that's the reality of it.
Wow.
Well, it's probably a lot of it is actual dust coming in off like the air from wherever, but a lot of it is dead skin.
Yeah.
Like they say a mattress doubles in weight after 10 years from dead skin. It's fucking nasty.
That's disgusting.
Like don't help your friends move if they have an old mattress. unless you're good with allergies and shit, you ain't got none.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was fucking wild. I don't know. There's definitely crazy shit. Like,
Interesting stories.
my little brother, he's like the main story, I guess. Like, he had me join, and then he was in the Marine Corps as well. He was a mortarman with 3-5 Weapons Company, which was out of California. And when we went to Iraq in 2003, I was stationed in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and he was over on the West Coast. So, we didn't really see each other. Didn't see each other for the whole war, actually. And then I ended up coming home from my first deployment like a month before he did, so didn't see him then either. And then his unit got sent back in September of 2004 for their second tour. And then it was about that time that they stopped needing indirect fire like mortars and artillery. They really weren't needing a lot of that anymore, but they were needing people to clear houses. And it was mainly the Battle of Fallujah that was ramping up. And in like the spring of 2004, Blackwater, the contractors we were talking about earlier, they were leading a convoy through Fallujah when they got ambushed, and 4 of the contractors were like killed. They took their bodies and like hung them from a bridge and burned their corpses. Like, it was pretty fucked up. It was this big international incident. And the Marines that were there in Fallujah at the time, they chased the enemy that did it to a mosque, and they weren't allowed to go in, because it's like a sacred place or whatever. So basically, from then on, from the spring of 2004 till November of 2004, that enemy was allowed to fortify and build up for a hell of a battle. And they did. And, there ended up being like like 5,000 enemy in Fallujah for the start of what was called Operation Phantom Fury. So they basically, Fallujah was like a city of like 300,000 people, and they rolled up and they told everybody to get the fuck out if they didn't want to fight. And so the majority of the population left the town, but you know, like I said, there's like 5,000 or so that wanted to fight, so they stayed and they occupied various houses and whatnot throughout this whole huge fucking city. And the military, what they did was they surrounded the whole city on like the south, west, and east side in like a U shape. They had the whole city locked down with tanks and armored vehicles, so nobody could flee to the south, east, or west of the city. And then all the line units, like all the guys that were going to clear the houses, they started at the north and just worked south. And you know, they went like literally online, like all the way down, right? And it took them all of November and basically all of December to pull this off. And on the very last day of the operation, it was December 23rd of 2004, they were pretty much, they had isolated the very last bit of the enemy to one house, and or maybe one neighborhood. But they like my brother's team, they seen the guys that had went out to this neighborhood the night before, and they come back pretty haggard. I think they had actually lost a guy, and so my brother's team was going to go back to that same spot the next day, so they knew it was going to be a fight. And they cleaned their shit, you know, they fucking did the best they could, got ready for it the next day. And then the next day they went out first thing in the morning and they started clearing that neighborhood. And they broke up into like two big sections. So one was going on one side of the street and one was on the other. And my brother's section, well, I got all this from, there's a guy named Jeremiah Workman that was there. And he was in the section that was not with my brother, so they were on the other side of the street. And he said they had just got into their third house, they hadn't encountered anybody, and all of a sudden they heard a bunch of gunfire going off on the other section, on the other side of the street. So they started heading over that way, and just getting over to that house was a situation because the whole neighborhood was coming their way and there was gunfire everywhere. But they managed to get in the house, and my brother's squad leader was right there, and there was so many AKs going off upstairs that they couldn't hear each other. So they went outside, and when they got outside, they were going to try to, you know, talk to each other and form a game plan, I guess. But there was this lieutenant that was, you know, from some other unit. He come running up and he said, "Is there Marines in there?" And they said, "Yes, sir." And so they just went running right back in there. And then Workman ended up at the front of the stack, and he, you know, was nudged to go up the stairs. And so what had happened is they had, my brother's team, you know, they'd got in the building, they'd cleared the whole bottom floor of this house and didn't find anyone. So then Sergeant Kraft, he was the squad leader, he sent my brother and 3 Marines, so it was like a 4-man fire team upstairs. And I don't think they were expecting anything. But there was an estimated 30 to 40 enemy combatant in the upstairs against my brother's 4-man unit. And so they got up there, and it just was a shit show. And I guess they tried to clear one of the rooms, and that's where they saw so many guys that they ended up back out in the hallway. And then they started trading grenades, and fucking the enemy tossed one out that went off among my brother and his guys. And they said that he said he was going to cover them, and then he was like aiming at the doorway where the enemy was coming out, and then all of a sudden it was like he knew, because when the grenade had went off, a big piece of the shrapnel had went into his armpit and got him in the heart. And so he was pretty much dead on his feet, but he didn't know it at first. And then like, I guess after it went off, you know, he told everybody to get out and that he was going to cover him. And then they said all of a sudden he just leaned up against the wall and he said, "I'm done." And then he fucking slumped down. And then Phillips, he was the saw gunner of their little group. He stepped into the doorway and tried to engage, and he ended up getting shot up, killed. And then fucking the other two guys, they managed to get out like a window and fucking they escaped, you know. And then the whole time this was happening is when Workman and the other guys were basically outside. And then they go back in. Workman gets pushed up the stairs. Well, when he started up the stairs, the enemy started shooting down in a way that the rest of the guys behind him didn't come up. So he was alone, and he was able to like peek this corner and see my brother. And he said at that point he was still sitting up against the wall, and he was still aiming at the doorway, and Workman was like screaming at him, trying to get him to look at him, because they're like really good friends and shit too, you know. And like my brother was pretty well liked within the unit, and so Workman's trying to get his attention. Well, finally he said my brother looked at him, but it was like it took him like 10 seconds to turn his head 10 degrees, you know. It was just like real slow. So he knew something wasn't right, and he at that point realized he was alone on the stairs. And I think with all the enemy running around, he just knew there was no way he could do anything. So he ended up going back downstairs to get his guys, and then they did like 3 separate counter assaults over the next 3 hours trying to get everybody out, and they did, you know. And it, like, I don't know why it hasn't been made into a fucking movie, honestly, because Workman, like I said, he wrote this book. It's called Shadow of the Sword by Jeremiah Workman. You can look it up on, like, you know, e-readers and shit, and it's a really good read, honestly. Like, it's not just about that day either. It's like more about Jeremiah's struggles with PTSD and stuff, because he got it pretty bad. But yeah, it was fucked up. Like, you know, they went back up there after he went down and got the guys. They go back up there, and they all got wounded basically, and then he was bringing the wounded out to like the corpsman, and while he was running his counter assaults, there was other units there going in trying to get people out. Well, they had already managed to get my brother and another guy out of there, and they were already in the Humvee. So when Workman was bringing a guy to the corpsman, he ended up coming around the truck, and he saw 2 sets of boots sticking out the back, and he said one of them was my brother. And he looked up in there, and he was laying there with his hand like on his forehead, like he was kind of covering his eyes from the sun. And he said he had this look on his face like he was in a lot of pain. And so he jumped up in the truck, and he was like trying to feel his pulse, but he said he was shaking so bad he couldn't. So the corpsman was sitting there working on somebody else, and he was like, "Doc, they need help." And the corpsman was like, "No, they're fine." And he couldn't figure it out. He's like, "No, I don't understand," you know. And he's like still trying to get my brother's pulse. And then he told the corpsman again, he's like, "Doc, they need fucking help." And the corpsman was like, "No, Workman, they're fucking dead." And that's when he said he looked over at the other guy who was my brother's best friend, and he was missing his fucking entire face. And then fucking that's when he realized, you know, Raleigh was gone. That was my brother's name, Raleigh.
Sorry for your loss, man.
Yeah, it sucked. And then basically I had to go back like a couple months later, you know. And that really fucked my mind up. I didn't get a chance to process the grief. I also kind of didn't want to, because I wanted to fucking go get some revenge. And also I was really, really needed, because my job was like stupid hard, and there wasn't really anyone in my unit that could replace me for it. And I thought if there was a chance that I could have got out of my second deployment, because when my brother was killed, it kind of left me as the last surviving male of my family. And my wife at the time, my ex-wife now, her uncle was a master gunnery sergeant, and he told me that he could show me in the book of laws or whatever, like the UCMJ, that I wouldn't have to go. But I wanted to go, and you know, like I said, I wanted revenge, and I also just felt like I really needed to do my job, which, you know, I did my job really well. No one got hurt, and we didn't end up getting into any firefights at all on my second tour, which I am somewhat grateful for. I'm glad that I didn't, get the opportunity to do that, because I would have just put more hate into the world, I think, because, that's where I am with this whole fucking thing, right? Like, we're over there supposedly winning the hearts and minds of these people, and, you come home and everybody's like, oh, you gotta fight them over there so you don't fight them over here, and like, what I know is that every time we rolled into a village and fucked that place up, an entire extended family and probably the next 3-4 generations of those people are going to hate this country. We did not do ourselves any favors over there. We fucked that place up, and those people hate us more. They didn't even know. Like, that's something that has always bothered me about Iraq. It's like, we didn't have the real justification to go there, and those people just, like, we'd roll into these villages, man, and these people just had no clue, like, where we come from or what we were doing, and, like, it was just fucked up. We just shouldn't have been there, and I don't think, those people deserved what they got.
Yeah, let's go back to fishing, man. Go back to fishing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, I've got some crazy ass stories, honestly. Like, not just the military either, but
story, man.
Yeah.
Pretty lost, dude.
Yeah.
Go back to fishing now. You want to go fishing for?
I need to look. I might have dailies. I don't. All I have is this fucking weekly to catch 2 diamond salmon. I probably need to hop off, actually. It's like 6 o'clock, and I think I gotta eat dinner at some point. I've been live for 4.5 hours.
Alright,
I've
man.
been talking for the last 2. It's good to get it out, though, Some of these stories are hard for me to tell, and I do like telling them, because it just helps, I think. Sometimes I wallow in it a bit, and it's not good for me. But yeah, I'm gonna jump off, I think.
Tell them to us.
We'll play some more, though. I'm gonna be on probably all fucking weekend here. Well, maybe not all weekend, but like when I can. I got some shit I gotta do, but yard sailing won't take too long, so I'll probably be on a bit tomorrow.
Alright, man. If you're on and you want us to play with you, just let us know.
I'll invite you guys.
Alright, man. You have a good rest of your night, man.
Alright.
Yeah, you
safe,
guys too.
See you, man.
Take it easy.
You too, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, you guys. Have a good weekend. Sorry to be so heavy with my stories, but sometimes life is heavy. But yeah, Scottman, I think he left. James Steele, I appreciate you sticking around. I know I've been kind of ignoring chat too, you guys. I'm sorry. Martini, have a good weekend, you guys. Is it Poma? I'm not sure how to say that name, man, but hopefully you're having a good Friday. Y'all stay safe. And yeah, I'll see you guys later.